Hi, welcome to this new SimplyMaya tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to cover lighting in mental ray for exterior scenes. We're also going to cover some set design and set dressing. We're going to look at some mental ray specific texturing techniques, as well as basically how to use mental ray to do arch-viz exteriors. So before we go any further, I just want to set up the project so when you open the file we've supplied will all be in the same place. Now to do this I'm going to go to the project window. I'm just going to click new project, and I think I'll just call this ext for exterior. And what will happen is when I hit accept, a directory will be created in Maya projects, my documents, Maya projects, called ext, and all these subdirectories will be created for me. So you can customize locations and things like that, but we'll cover that in detail at another time. For right now, just hit accept, and just to make sure your project's been set, if you go up to the set project window, you can see here there's the ext directory, and all these subdirectories have been created for me. Now these subdirectories are simply where Maya will pull its information from. So source images, for instance, is where you'll store all your texture files. Images is where things from renders will be saved. Data could be just about anything from imported objects. Then you'll have directories for particles and whatnot, cache directories. It just keeps everything nice and organized. So now, for instance, if I were to save this scene, even though it's empty, it's just an example, it automatically goes to the Maya projects, ext for exterior and scenes. So I'm going to now open my project, which you will have in your folder that comes with the tutorial. Now mine just happens to be here. It's just called first, and all it is this sort of blank canvas. Now this is what we'll be using in the tutorial. We picked this because it's relatively simple to model. Pretty much it's just a couple of boxes with some holes cut out for the window, a nice umbrella, a couple of deck chairs, and a hole in the floor for a swimming pool. If you're going to be doing arch-viz, you're going to spend quite a lot of time with fairly simple building renders. So we picked this because it gives us the opportunity to show you how to do some grass, some trees, maybe a few hedgerows. We've got a couple of different surfaces here, a pavement, a roadway that will need texturing. So we can use this scene to get you comfortable with lighting and rendering exteriors in mental ray without getting too caught up on the actual model itself. Now, before I go any further with this, I just want to explain the concept of linear workflow. And really, if you've seen any of my other lighting tutorials, you will have heard me cover this already. And I want to get into this because it is an essential part of rendering with mental ray. Now, if you've looked up linear workflow before, you've probably come across a few guys with some maths and graphs and calculators and some very complicated explanations for what it is and why you should use it. I'm not going to take that route. I'm going to simply demonstrate why it's needed in Maya by example. So let me just take one render here of this scene, and that will just have the default lights in it. I can probably show you a little better with a directional light. Okay, first thing, you might have noticed that the anti-aliasing in this scene looks quite crisp, and it also took quite a while to render just these boxes. This is because the newer version of Maya comes by default with something called unified sampling for its anti-aliasing. I'm going to switch this back to legacy sampling mode, and I'm going to put it to the default settings that most versions of Maya will have. I think this is default from any version since 2008, possibly even earlier. So this is what you will see if you're not using Maya 2004. I'm going to cover unified sampling for you latest version users in a little while, but for right now I'll just set it back on this so we're all on the same page. And if I render that again, you will see that it's a bit faster. It should be a couple of seconds, I would guess. There you go, 3 seconds. But the anti-aliasing is not as good. But for testing purposes, right now, I'm just going to use the old legacy method. Okay, now back to linear workflow. So first, let's drop in, let's say, I'll just use a directional light, I think. There you go. And I'll just move it up and scale it a bit. There we go. Okay, and I'll get that so we just get the light coming down. We should have some shadows fall in front of us. And let's take another quick render. There we go. So the whole thing is pretty pitch black. I could of course increase the intensity of this light. If I jack that up to 10, you will of course get a brighter scene. Okay, the problem with this is bright white and this is extremely dark, which is never a good transition for light. You almost never want to go from this, intensely white color to very few shades of grey in between to this pitch blackness. And this is because Maya calculates all of its lights in linear space. It's also displaying this image in linear space. This is a non-gamma corrected image. Now, while this is great that Maya's internal processes do this, and if I was to take this out and post-process it, I could of course increase the gamma. But while we are rendering, we need to see what this actually looks like. And believe it or not, this is not what this actually looks like. If I just render again quickly with this light at 1, this should not look like this. By default, this viewport, this render view, is incorrect. Or it's wrong to say incorrect. It doesn't have the right gamma set on it so we can see it properly. Now, if I take a look at my camera here by clicking this, my perspective camera shape, and I scroll down, under mental ray, you'll see something called a lens shader. Okay, if you go down to lenses, you have exposure simple, which puts the gamma to 2.2. If I render again, let's keep that for comparative purposes, you will see here that my scene got a lot lighter all of a sudden. This is what I should be seeing. This is with a gamma of 1, an un-gamma corrected image, actual linear image you could say, and this is a gamma corrected image. Now I need this gamma correction to be able to light a scene properly, and I'll run through this once more because it is actually it's not quite as simple to wrap your head around as you might think. So I'll give you an example of why you need to do this. It's not just because this gets a little bit lighter. There are other reasons as well, which I'll show you. So if we can just remove everything from here and grab a simple, hang on, this is a new copy of Maya for me, so I want to just turn off interactive creation. Okay, and I'll just make this a tad bigger. And what I'll do is I will use an area light because they have natural decay. Okay, and I'll scale it up a bit. And as you're probably aware, you can tell where an area light is pointing by this thing that comes off the front. So we know our area light is pointing that way. Okay, and I'm just going to go up to my camera and break the connection between our exposure node. Okay, now let's render this. And you can see I've got this intensely bright hotspot, but they do not have a lot of illumination out here, and it goes from intensely bright to black awfully quickly. Again, because without the exposure node, this viewport has the wrong gamma on it for what we expect to see. So if I open the hypershade and just go under utilities, you can see there I have the exposure node. Now I could of course just create another one, but really, why have more than you need? Middle mouse drag that back to lens shader, grab this, and now we know this will set the gamma on this viewport to 2.2. We hit render, and all of a sudden I have this fall off that's not just bright white to very dark grey. I have all of these shades of grey in between. So that's the reason for a linear workflow. I'm going to cover some of the pitfalls of it in the next part. We're also going to look at why, if you've attempted this before, or if you've attempted a physical sun and sky render, some of your textures can look very washed out. And we'll sort of, if we can nail this linear workflow point home. But basically you could say that not using an exposure node on your camera is like working with a really dark pair of sunglasses on. You know, you're going to lose so much information. Actually the information is there, it's just that you simply can't see it because this image is not properly gamma corrected. If you saved this out as a 32-bit image, took it up into Photoshop and increased the gamma to 2.2, it would look like this. But obviously when you're rendering in Maya, you're going to do many render tests, and you know, you don't want to have to save these out as 32-bit images every time you do a test, take it into some post-processing application, Photoshop, Nuke, After Effects, and do the gamma manually. You want to be able to see when you hit render what your light setup should actually look like. So I hope that wasn't too confusing. I'm just really trying to demonstrate the point that you should use this linear workflow with the exposure node on the camera. Okay, I shall see you in the next part when we'll cover the different exposure nodes in Maya, as well as take a look again at some examples of texturing and how to deal with textures within this type of non-linear workflow. Okay, see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In this part I just want to cover some of the pitfalls you might want to be aware of if you're using these photographic or simple exposure nodes. And one of the main ones is with textures. If I just pull up a shot of what we rendered, you now think, great, so we have this much better degree of fall off. We can now see what the image is meant to look like, and you could think to yourself that this would be as far as you need to go. Unfortunately, because this image has now been gamma corrected to a value of 2.2, if we were to bring a texture file into here, what happens is pretty much all photographs you're going to see on your monitor have already been gamma corrected to 2.2. So what will happen is you'll bring in your texture, it will look fine in the viewport, and you'll render it, and it will look extremely washed out and basically just not right. I'll give you an example. If I just hit material attributes and we connect up a texture to this, so we'll just connect a file texture, and I happen to have this sort of grass texture ready. You can see here this just looks like a standard sort of base grass texture we'll be using later on. And if I hit render, you can see that this image, although it's got the nice light fall off and it goes from very dark to quite dark to very bright, as you would expect to see. Problem is, this looks very washed out. It looks almost grey, and this is because this image, as I said, already has a gamma of 2.2 on it. So what Maya is doing is then adding another gamma of 2.2 to it. So actually having a gamma of 4.4 now, which is obviously far too bright. Now there are a couple of ways we can deal with this. If you look under common attributes here, you'll see color management. So what this says is the default input color for these objects is 2.2 sRGB, and the output should be 1 linear. So if I render again, you'll see that this image no longer appears washed out. And there we go, that's much more what we would expect to see. That looks much more like our viewport and indeed our original texture. So if you want to use a very complicated scene with thousands of textures and you want to do it really quickly, you can just tick this enable color management. However, there is a better way to do it, a way that will give you more control, and I will show you now. So we'll just untick that and I'll do a snapshot and a quick render just to go back to where we are. So as you can see, we've got this very washed out image, and we could enable the color management, but hopefully I will show you another way. Now material attributes, you'll see the color here, which is just linked up to our color file. So if we go to the hypershade and we graph this. Now all I've done here is simply click this and hit graph this network, which will just show me the input-output connections on my work area here. And we can see here is our shader and here is our texture, and that is connected. The out color of this file is connected to the color of this Lambert. Now that's all very well and good, but we've just seen that this has been gamma corrected, and then when we render it in the viewport, it's gamma corrected again, creating this washed out sort of texture. So we can fix this directly within Maya. We could take this image, of course, stick it into Photoshop or another image processor and remove that gamma from it, but we don't really want to do that. It's easier just to correct it in Maya. So if you scroll up and have a look at your utilities here, you'll see one called Gamma Correct. So if we put that in there, what we need to do is connect this out color up to this gamma correction node. So if you middle mouse drag and drop on top of this and hit other, you should see here the out color, which you will connect up to value here. A simpler way, if we break this connection by highlighting it, and you can just highlight it and hit delete, a simpler way is you can middle mouse drag it up to value, but it is quite useful to know what is actually connected to what. So now you know the out color of your texture is connected to the value of your gamma correct node. Now, right now, we've got this file. We need to take the gamma off it, and the math to do this is just 0.454. Okay, and we then need to connect it back into our shader. So you can connect it into the color channel here by middle mouse dragging and just dropping. That will work with the gamma node. But once again, let's do it the long way around so you can get an idea of what's going on. You want to take the gamma and connect it to the diffuse color. Sorry, I was thinking it was a Maya material, but of course it's a standard Lambert. So you've gone gamma to color, which again could be done in a simpler fashion. Just let me, by dragging it up to there. See, what's happened now is this has removed the gamma from this. So when we render, we get it as it should be. Okay, throughout this tutorial, if you didn't quite get that, if you've never used the hypershade before perhaps, throughout this tutorial I will be using this method to un-gamma correct textures that have already been gamma corrected, which will be most of them. So you'll see me do that a few times in a row. Okay, in the next part we're going to look at physical sun and sky. I will see you in a second. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we discussed taking the gamma off these already gamma corrected images so they would look correct in our render view here. In this part I just want to cover a simple scene setup with physical sun and sky. Now this is what you'll be using most of the time when you're doing an exterior shot with mental ray. There are other ways to do it, such as lighting with a HDR image, which I will cover in a couple of parts from now. But for right now, we'll do the basics of a physical sun and sky. So I'm going to open up my scene file here. And I'll say you'll find this on the disk. I'll also provide it as an OBJ because in newer versions of Maya, 2013, 14 especially, you can't open scene files on older versions, so I'll make sure if you're using an older version you'll still be able to follow along. But for right now, let's get a quick render of this with no lights in the scene so we can see the difference that physical sun and sky makes. Okay, so it should be fairly quick to render, a few seconds there, and what I want to do is go ahead and turn off that unified sampling so people with an older version can follow along, and again I'll just flap it on the default settings. So let's render this. Okay, and there we go. We'll take a snapshot of that. So this is with Maya's default lighting. Fairly uninteresting, fairly unimpressive. So we want a both direct and indirect illumination source, and in mental ray that means final gather or irradiance particles and importons or something simple. Now we'll cover final gather to start with and physical sun and sky. So the easiest way to create a physical sun and sky is just pop open your render settings, indirect lighting, physical sun and sky, and hit create. Now before we go any further, I want to show you what this has done. One of the first things it does is it connects a simple exposure node into the camera for you automatically. This is why a lot of people, especially on our forum, go for physical sun and sky, then they use their normal textures and they all look very washed out. What they haven't realized is this lens shader has been automatically applied. There's also been an environment shader automatically applied. So if I select my camera now, perspective shape, and go to the hypershade and hit graph, it'll graph my camera, and you can see connected to my perspective camera is this exposure symbol and this physical sun and sky. Obviously you could see that under the attribute editor, but it's nice to know that you can go into the hypershade, disconnect things and reconnect them, which we'll be doing shortly. So now I've got this physical sun and sky, I've got this light node for a directional light that's been created, and I'll scale this. And scaling it will not make any difference to its brightness here. If I were to just render this, you can see this is at a certain level of brightness. You can also see by the way it's rendering that final gather has been turned on. So when you connect physical sun and sky up by just clicking that create physical sun and sky, quite a few things happen. One of which is, of course, you get the exposure node connected to your camera, you get final gather turned on. So all of these things you need to be aware of, because right now we can go into our final gather settings, and this for test rendering is far too high. I'm going to set the accuracy down to 30, the point density down to 0.1, and the point interpolation to 20. Now in the next part we'll cover final gather in more detail, but for right now that's a pretty good base to start a test render. So this one was 17 seconds. If we hit the next one, it should be quite a bit faster. And there you go, 5 seconds. And really, that's not that much in it, especially for a test render. So now we've got a base to work with this final gather, and we've also got this sun and sky. If I tilt the camera, maybe zoom out a little bit, you'll be able to see that we have this blue sky background. Now one of the nice things about physical sun and sky is this directional light, as I said, it does not make any difference what size it is. If I was to render that again, you would see no more intensity come out of that directional light, and that holds true for any directional light. Also, this sun shape really doesn't work anymore like a normal light. You would expect if I came here and took this intensity up to say 5,000, you would expect this to get, you know, an order of magnitude brighter. In fact, nothing will happen to it. Okay, this now is connected to the physical sun and sky. It no longer obeys these values. The same with color. If I turn this to a bright red, it's not going to make any difference. Okay, so please be aware when you see this sun direction, if you obviously played with lights in Maya before, you might be trying to tweak these attributes and they're just not going to do anything. I'll just set it back to default. Okay, so the scale and the normal directional light attributes have no effect on this particular sun direction light. What does have an effect is obviously, and again with any directional light, it doesn't matter where you put it in the scene, we're looking strictly at rotation. Now with physical sun and sky, if I were to rotate this to sort of here, so it's pointed almost dead at me, and then towards the camera, this will deal with the position of the sun, the rotation. So when it's down like so, you're looking sort of 12 noon. When it's up in the air, then you're looking at sort of midnight pitch blackness. When it's somewhere around here, you'll be looking at sunset, and you'll actually be able to see the sun. So there we go, you can see the sun disk up in the sky, and we've gone a bit more orange, the shadows have got longer, and if I was to put that up a little higher, you'll see that we go almost towards much more of a sunset. The sun will be lower in the sky. There you go, and we're at almost sunset. If I put it all the way up, I won't go all the way up, otherwise we just get pitch black, but if I put it quite a bit further up and hit render, you will see that our sun is now either disappeared below the horizon line, everything got very dark. So this, the y-axis, will actually control the time of day. So there you go, the sun's sort of, this would be about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As with everything in Mental Ray, it's not an unbiased render engine, so this is all quite approximate. This direction will deal with where the sun is placed in the sky, obviously. So if I turn this to face the house and point it down towards sunset, it simply means that the sun will be setting behind our house. And obviously that's a little bit too dark. Okay, there we go. Now the sun is set behind our house, the shadows are back here, and we've got a fully illuminated front of the building. So really, with physical sun and sky, you don't have control over the light intensity here. You have control over the light intensity by changing the position of the sun. So midday when it's straight down, sort of sunset when it's facing you, and anywhere nighttime up there. So this allows you quite a great degree of control. Very simply, you can determine what time of day you want your render to take place in, and of course you can animate those transitions as well by animating the direction that the sun is pointed in, and this will give you anything from sort of midday to midnight, really. Just remember that these attributes don't actually do anything. If you wanted to change this, what you need to do is go into the mere physical sky, which is where everything is controlled from, and start changing values here. So for instance, your red-blue shift, and this, a lot of the values in here require only a small tweak, so we're at the same render view. If I increase this red-blue shift to 0.1, take a render of course, you'll see that that got slightly bluer. In fact, I forgot to save it. So if I up that to say 2 and make sure we've kidnapped this one, you'll see that that actually got redder. Yeah, it's the other way around, my apologies. If I increase that to say -2, it will get much bluer. And so negative values are for blue shift, a shift the colour towards blue, and positive values for a shift the colour towards red. The reason I've forgotten it is I almost never use it. And pretty much these are fairly self-explanatory. Saturation is just the amount of colour saturation. So obviously if I crank that up to 10, this will become much more saturated. Again, it's not something I do much in Maya. I prefer to post-process to get a more saturated image color. Okay, this horizon height will move the horizon up or down, so let's say 10 units up, and as you can imagine the horizon will jump further up. In fact, now horizon height might be a little high. Okay, our horizon is now higher, it was down here before. If I give you another example, just put it up to say 0.4, I should be up here somewhere. There we go, jumped higher. Again, not something I normally use a lot. Okay, horizon blur, fairly self-explanatory. If you were to put this to 0.01, I'll show you what happens. You'll get a fairly sort of crisp horizon. If you put this horizon blur up to say 0.2, you'll get a much blurrier horizon, pretty much exactly what you would expect. So now I've got a blurrier horizon. 0.1 is the default, seems to be just fine. The ground colour, well, again, that's obviously what colour that the ground in physical sun and sky will be. Okay, there we go. Probably better to leave that around its default. And the nighttime colour, this is this basically. If I push this up to full nighttime, I'll get a black scene. Now, actually that's not quite full nighttime. Let's get it a bit straighter. Okay, and it's black, but if you were doing a moonlit night or something, you could pull this down a bit. And then I'll always get some illumination. That's probably a bit too much, but if you were trying to fake a night sky that had a full moon and you wanted to keep some illumination even when it should have been, very dark outside, you can use this night color to do that. Sun direction, you're probably never going to need, because our sun is connected to this light, and that's where we're controlling the sun from. Now this sun disk intensity scale is quite interesting. If I render here, I'll show you what this is. Okay, you can see our sun disk, and that's actually a lot bigger than it should be in the real world. It's been done like that because that's what people expect to see. It's actually quite inaccurate. What you should see, and this is according to the mental ray manual, is something that looks more like this. See, but it's tiny, and people feel more comfortable when it's a little larger. The intensity is, what you would expect, how bright it is. So, and this is the intensity for the glow, which really is just how much of this glow you can see. So if you're doing a scene with a sunset, you can use the sun disk intensity scale and glow intensity to tweak the look of this sun. I mean, I'd pretty much always recommend using a backing plate, as this sky, it's not terribly photorealistic. This is where this comes in, use background. Now, let's say that we didn't want to use this as our background, and we had an image that we wanted to use. I can go here, use background, and in this case I'm going to use a HDRI image. So I'm actually going to take a mental ray environment, and I'm going to use MIB lookup spherical. Then I'm going to give that the texture, which I have a HDR image here, open, and if I render again, you'll see our HDR image coming. Okay, and there it is. And because I've used a spherical environment, obviously if I did a shot of this from the back, that's going to work too. Now, it is important to note that you can get yourself into a bit of problem here, because the sun is here, so I'd expect the shadows to be going this way. They're not, they're going that way, because this is just quite simply a backing plate at the moment. It's not really illuminating our scene. So if I did this knowing that the sun is there in the picture, I would probably want to turn the light this way and re-render. That way the sun is here and the shadows will be falling towards us. There you go. That's a little more of what I would expect to see. So if you are using a backing plate, just remember that if you can see the sun or the lights coming from an obvious direction, you might need to tweak the direction of your sun shape, your sunlight, sorry, to get it to match the backing plate. But we'll cover HDRIs as backing plates and actual light sources in a little while. I just wanted to take you through the basic setup of the physical sun and sky. And that's basically it. Really, there's not so much for you to change. The multiplier will do an overall level of brightness. Sorry, I forgot that one. It's quite an important value. So for instance, if I just do a quick render here, and I decide that I want this to be overall a little brighter, I can of course then tweak my multiplier to say a value of 2, which will make it a lot brighter. Okay, so that's the basics of physical sun and sky, how to aim your sun, how to go from daytime to mid-afternoon to evening. And there we go, physical sun and sky. It's actually quite simple to work with. What I've said is that textures tend to trip people up a bit. If we look at our camera, perspective shape, there we go. And that's because this exposure node is on. This is the physical sky, so that just takes us back to our haze values, saturation, horizon heights and whatnot, which, to be honest, 90% of the time you will be leaving at the default values. The use background can be turned on, so we can get this background plate in, or if you do prefer, you can always just untick it, and that will again just of course render with mental rays default background for the physical sun and sky. Okay, in the next part I'd like to tackle the exposure node and how that interacts with the physical sun and sky, because these values are on default. So I'm going to show you what changing these does to your rendered image. I'm also going to show you how to hook up the exposure photographic instead of the exposure simple. This will allow you a greater degree of control from within Maya. So I shall see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we took some time and looked at Mental Ray's physical sun and sky settings, how they interact with the camera exposure node. We also looked at how to use this physical sun here to set the time of day and where the sun is in the sky. In this part I wanted to show you how to affect the image with the exposure nodes you can put on the camera, and there's a couple. There's the simple node, which we're using here. There's also the photographic node, which gives you a greater degree of control, but actually doesn't work out the box with the physical sun and sky. So I'm going to show you how to hook that up. Before we do this, however, we discussed last time this physical sky settings, and we went through most of the important ones. What I want to do this time is just discuss some of the settings that you have on the sun, and basically they're to do with shadows, because as we discussed last time, even though this is basically a directional light, it no longer acts like one because it's connected to the physical sky. So, you know, changing the intensity, as we said, won't do anything. Changing the color won't do anything. And if you wanted to change the shadows, actually you don't do it the normal way. You do it down here, because you need to do it through the physical sun node itself. So let's get a render of this image with some shadows in it. Okay, and these, as you can see, as you would expect, sunlight does create fairly sharp shadows. But let's say you wanted a softer shadow. You need to click on your sun or find it in your outliner, and you can see there the physical sky node. What you're looking for is the physical sun node, which is here. You can also find it at any time by just going to the hypershade, having it selected, and hit graph, and you can see that's the sun shape, that's the physical sun, and that's the physical sky. So you can get to the options this way also. Okay, so I've got these very soft, very sharp shadows. Let's say I wanted softer shadows. I can put the shadow softness up to, let's say 1. Let's go all the way up to 10, which will create quite soft shadows. So I'll just click that for comparative purposes. And you can see here already that my shadows got a lot softer, but they are a lot grainier. Now, to combat this, you'll need to increase the samples. If I increase the samples to 64, I think I'm still going to see quite a lot of grain. I believe the default on most copies of Maya for samples is 8 as well, by the way. So increasing to 64 is quite a jump. And we've increased our render time. I mean, we've only increased it by a couple of seconds, but this is only a 5-second render. So, you know, if you're doing a more complicated scene with a lot of complex shadows, increasing that sampling can add considerable time to your render. So bear that in mind. If I go all the way up to 256, which is probably where I'd put it if I was going to be close-up angle on any of these shadows and render again, you'll see we go from 5 seconds to 8 seconds to probably around 20, maybe a little less, but we shall see. Okay, and you can see that a lot of that graininess that was plaguing us before has actually gone. And we went up to, I wasn't far out, 19 seconds. And again, we are working with a very, very simple render here. So bear in mind that if you do change this shadow softness and these samples, you're going to be adding to your render time. So don't do it unless you need to. What I normally do, I think the default is 8 in most copies of Maya. I normally leave mine at around 32. I find this gives me a slightly nicer shadow. I leave the shadows quite sharp, and these extra samples just give me a little bit more quality without jacking up the render time too high. You'll notice all of these, the multiplier, the haze, the red blue shift, they're all yellow and they're all connected to the physical sky. So if I was to change this multiplier back to what it should be, which is 1, and then I was to go to the sun direction, which I can find here, you'll see that the multiplier has changed to 1. Again, this works with all of these that are linked up. So let's say the red blue shift, if I put it to 10 here, you'll see that under the physical sun it also changed to 10. So if you do want to change these, remember you don't do it under the physical sun, you do it under the physical sky. Okay, so that basically completes the physical sun and sky. That's how you get the softer shadows, the time of day and everything else. And I think I've left that red blue shift at 1. Its default is 0, neither shifted towards red nor blue, obviously. Okay, what I want to take a look at now is the lens shaders that we're using, which if we click here, this will bring up our perspective shape. And we're using the exposure simple here. Now, we discussed that this set the gamma to 2.2, which gave us the correct gamma for the render port here. What we didn't discuss is any of the other values here, or whether you can use a different exposure node. You can, and obviously these values have meaning too. Now, the first one is the pedestal, which I've pretty much never altered, but I'll take you through these one at a time. If I were to set, let's make sure we have our render view here. If I was to set the pedestal to say 10, you'll see a very bright, in fact 10, the pedestal can be quite a subtle number, so let's set it to 5 and we'll give this a bit of a save, and this will be a very washed out image. In fact, it's so washed out it's just white. I told you it'd be a bit of a tricky number. Let's go with 0.5. Low values. So as you can see, this has got a lot brighter now than it was. And if we go with minus 0.5, all these shadows and black elements and the whole image will get a lot darker. I mean, I can't see much of a case where you would use the pedestal too much. You might put sort of minus 0.01 to get a little bit more blacks into the scene, but really I don't use it so much, but there it is if you need it. The gain is simply a multiplication of the light in the scene, so if I were to put the gain up to say 0.7, then obviously you get a lot more light in the scene. 0.2 is about default for outdoor. 0.1 will just make the image darker, of course. There you go. So I play with this value quite often. It's a good one to use for lightening and darkening the overall image. Now the knee is just the value at which the image should be compressed, and the compression is the ratio of how much to squash the image. Now this is going to be quite difficult for me to demonstrate with this scene, so what I'm going to do is just get rid of all of this, introduce a simple ground plane, and once again I think I need to change the clip value on my camera here. Yes, I do. There we go. I'm going to throw in a area light, okay, and we know from before that what will happen is, I think, just to stop this being confusing, I will turn the sun pretty much off, and we know what will happen. This area light will come along and it will give us a white hotspot here with, you know, the light fade out over there. And in fact I'm going to jack its intensity up to 5 because this will allow us easier access to see what the knee and the compression do. Okay, so now we have our test scene, so I can demonstrate this for you. Okay, so the knee, as I said, it's the value at which colours should be clamped. So if I turn the knee right down to say 0.2 and save this, you can see we have no real hotspot. If I flick that backwards, you can see this white value is being clamped much earlier. Okay, so this is one way you could take out, if you had, say, a lot of bright hotspots that you weren't too keen on in a scene, you can decrease the knee. Now personally I wouldn't go much lower than 0.5, but it's all scene dependent. So here I have, you know, not too much saturation in this white hotspot, and here is with a knee set at 0.75. Okay, the compression is just the ratio of what to compress it. So this is what we have at the moment. If I set this up to 50 and hit again, you'll see that this is blown outwards, okay, because the compression ratio itself has changed. So back down to 3 and you'll see I get a much better hotspot to 0.75, which is the default, and you'll see this hotspot become much brighter. Okay, so that basically, this exposure simple node is really what it says on the tin. It's very simple. You've got the pedestal, which will increase or decrease the sort of white and black levels. You've got the gain, which is an overall multiplication factor. You've got the knee, which is basically the value of which the image should be compressed at, and you've got the compression, which is how much compression. Now I'm going to get into this preview and use preview in a second. What I want to do first is just to show you how to hook up the photographic exposure node, because you might want more control than you've got here. So let's go to the hypershade. Okay, if we graph our camera here, so let's select our camera and graph it, you can see that to the respective shape is connected this physical sun direction, and also this exposure node. So our exposure node needs to be connected to the sky. It also needs to be connected to the camera. Okay, so this is not quite as difficult as it seems. We need to take this exposure node and just connect it to this and this. So if we go to lenses, you'll see EMEA exposure photographic. So we need to swap these two around. This is actually quite simple. Okay, sorry, I do actually think before I show you how to hook this up, it would be nice if we had something slightly more interesting to render than this. So I'm just going to quickly open our house scene, and then I'll just drop in the physical sun and sky. It's quite as simple as that. I will resize this so we can see where it is and just move it out of the geometry. That's, again, not that it matters where it is, it's just nice if I can see it. Okay, at the moment, same as we had before, we have this exposure simple connected up to the camera. So if I just get back to where I was, I'll grab the hypershade, graph the camera, and we have this exposure simple node hooked up. What we want to do is hook up, as I said, the exposure photographic. So once under lenses, exposure photographic, and we need to get rid of this one and instead hook this one up. And you know, it's hooked up to the camera and the physical sky. So first of all, we'll just delete the simple from the physical sky and add in the complicated, and you might need to show hidden on both sides here. In fact, I think you will need to show hidden, and what we want is the message to the sky exposure. Okay, now we can get rid of this. This was the simple exposures connection to the perspective shape, and what we need to do is click this one, hit other, and once again message to lens shader, which will probably be down here somewhere. In fact, as this is such a large node, I'll show you another way of doing it. You can just quickly drag it and drop it, and that makes the connection for you. Okay, so we now have this exposure photographic hooked up to the physical sky and the camera, and we can do away with this simple exposure node. Okay, now we'll do a render, and you will expect that this would just work. Unfortunately, it's not going to. All we're going to see is blackness. Okay, the reason for this is that with the photographic exposure node, we actually need to tweak some of the physical sky settings themselves. So if we click our sun direction here, our directional light, and go to the physical sky, this RGB unit conversion is currently wrong. That works for the simple exposure, but it doesn't work for the photographic exposure. Now, a lot of people solve this issue by going to the photographic exposure node under the perspective shape and changing the CM2 factor to a massively high value, and then rendering. And this should put some light back in our scene. Way too much. Sorry, I got one too many. And as you can see, it's a rather imprecise process. You really just need to eyeball it and get it right. Still too many. This will be dependent on scene scale and a variety of other things. And there we go. So now I have gone from complete blackness to some light, but it's still not looking quite right. So instead of that, instead of endlessly trying to tweak this CM2 factor, what I'm going to do is go to the physical sky and change the RGB unit conversion rate from 0.0001 to 0.318. And I'm just going to do that for all three. This will give me a more accurate light view on this physical sun, and I should not have to change this CM2 factor at all. See, it's still on 1, and this should work. If you notice, our renders are taking a bit longer, which is because when I loaded the scene in, I needed to go back to legacy sampling, and you don't need to do that. I would definitely recommend unified sampling. I'm just doing it for the purpose of this tutorial so other people with older versions can follow along, and my final gather is too high. Okay, in the next part we'll cover some of these final gather settings, but for right now, just for our test, here we go. Okay, and that got us to about where we were with the simple exposure node. The difference being that we're now using the much more complicated and tweakable photographic exposure node. So if you've done anything with a camera before, you'll recognize most of these settings. Gamma, of course, is back at 2.2, so we get the right view here. The f-stop number, the camera shutter, and the film ISO are all very common camera settings, so I think pretty much all of you are going to know what happens now. Higher ISO, lighter scene, so again you can change the f-stop number, and this is going to look terrible, but it's just an example. Basically almost white, so you get a low ISO with outdoor ISO of 8 or 16 is good. 16 would be fine. This introduces a camera shutter speed, which again, slower shutter speed, you're going to now see less light into the a faster shutter speed, you're going to see less light into. A slower shutter speed, of course, is going to allow more light through, so you're going to get a lighter image. I mean, this is pretty basic stuff, and it's a good reason to use this exposure photographic if you're any sort of photographer, which I'm guessing a lot of you will be, or at least have an interest in photography. This will make a lot more sense to you than the exposure simple. Saturation, of course, is just a saturation. This will put a black vignette around the image, as happens on a lot of lenses. This will be a bit extreme, but okay, you can see a slight darkening towards the edges. It's actually quite difficult to tell because our image here is quite uniform in colour. Okay, there we go. That's a massive one. So that just demonstrates what that does. I mean, I'm using quite high numbers for this because, it's with all this sort of grey going on, it is quite difficult to see what's happening. So there you go, that's how you hook up the exposure photographic node and get yourself a lot more control. The other thing to think about is, at the moment this render's taking 4 seconds, but of course if it was textured and higher quality and whatnot, it would take a bit longer, and this is where the preview mode comes in. So as soon as we get this image to a point where it's complicated enough to take a few minutes to render, I'll show you how to use this preview slot here to tone map the image without having to re-render it. And so that basically covers our physical sun and sky and our exposure nodes. Now through the tutorial I'll be tweaking this exposure node a bit. I just wanted to get you to a point where you could hook up either the simple node or the photographic node, and basically what all of these values did. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the previous parts we've looked at getting this basic light set up within Mental Ray. We've used the physical sun and sky, we've discussed the 2 different camera exposure nodes you can get, how to get a decent gamma back in the viewport. In these next few parts I'd like to discuss some basic texturing in Mental Ray, simply because before we go any further and do any more complex lighting, I'd like to have a scene that actually doesn't quite look so grey. So what I like to do when I'm setting up an exterior is dive in, get some basic textures laid down, some sort of swathes of colour, so I can get a better overall feel for the image. So we'll start by colouring this building. Now I want a sort of rendered look to it, so I'm going to go for a white, but you could feel free to go for any wall colour you wanted. So I'm going to hit material attributes, and you'll see we're on Lambert 1 here, which is the default material. Now throughout the course of this tutorial I'm going to be using Mental Ray materials exclusively, so I'm going to go to assign new material, down to the Mental Ray tab, and I'm going to use a mere material X. Okay, so for a start, mere material X comes off quite reflective, so I really don't want my house to be reflective. I want it more of a powdery sort of rendered wall look. So to achieve this, I'm going to turn the roughness up, and this will give it a more chalky quality. Doesn't need a lot, say 0.1, and we'll go for a very white material, not quite brilliant white, but sort of an off-white, maybe even add a hint of yellow in there. Low saturation, and you can tweak this after. I'm just looking for a sort of rendered wall quality right now. So on the surface of it, that's quite simple. You just change the color, you make sure your reflections are correct, you can change this roughness value to give it a more chalky consistency, and this is what I mean when I say roughing out color. Now obviously we're going to change this later on, but for right now I just want to get all the different blocks assigned as quickly as possible. So this mere material 1, which we will now call rendered walls. Whoops. Okay, and it's important to keep a note of your materials, because in the end we'll have quite a few, and when you work with a hypershade you don't really want to go in and just see mere material x1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on and so forth. So this has blocked out our main house walls, and everything in this scene has been UV'd by simply edit UVs, create UVs, automatic map. So there is no complicated UVs in this scene. If you want to learn something about UVing, with a ton of tutorials on the site on how to do it, I wanted to keep this as simple as possible, so everything here has just had automatic UVs applied to it. So let's take a look at this street outside, and we're going to assign a new material, which once again will be a mere material X, and we'll call this one cobblestone. And for this one I'm actually going to use an image texture, an image of cobblestones. So let's go to the file, let's open it up, and you'll find all of these images in your source directory as well, that were on the download that you got. Now these are obviously a little too big, so I'm going to go in here and edit the place 2D texture node, and I'll probably just repeat this. Let's try 4 and 4, and there we go, that's about the size I want. Now again, we're just roughing out these materials right now. We're going to come back a little later and add in things like bump map, displacement, dirt maps to get this looking a bit better, but for just now I simply want to get these rough blocks of colour in, make sure the scene matches up. So we're going to assign a new material to this, once again, mere material X, and whack off the reflectivity, which is probably something I forgot to do on these cobblestones. Yes, I will want the cobblestones to be reflective. I'll want quite a few things to be reflective, but I take it out now for the simple reason that it will give me a faster render time. So here's our mere material X3, which we'll call grass base. So once again it's a vile texture, and there we go, and also this will be grass. So let's assign the existing material, and now because I've named them, of course, it makes the whole thing a little easier. And we have our swimming pool surround here, so assign a new material to that. Okay, and that should be swimming pool. Great. Now for this is the surface of the swimming pool, so I'm just going to take that out, and looks like I'll need to just texture the faces of this. So in case you missed that, just go into face mode and shift select your faces of your swimming pool here, and then assign the pool material to them. Okay, which I haven't named, but there we go. So let's do that now. And I missed the one on the bottom. There we go. There's the material for our swimming pool. And obviously when you're doing an exterior scene, I know I'm going to go for a shot angle like so. So I'm not so worried about the detailing on this pool material. Just needs to look good enough for the shot angle. I mean, if you're going to take an angle from here, there really isn't a lot of point you spending, you know, a long time texturing this, because you're only going to see the corner of it. That said, you know, you should get at least a fairly decent looking thing in there, just in case you decide to change the angle later on. So right now we've got another textures here and here, so I'm going to add for driveway. Okay, I'm going to use this herringbone pattern on the driveway. So that's coming a bit stretched, so we could either edit the UVs, which I think I will just do. Let's have a look. UV texture editor. We'll grab these UVs and scale them. And I'm just going to eyeball this, to be honest. Yeah, this looks about right to me. Oh, let's re-grab those. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. So this is a really fast UV process. A lot of these external building type renders are, because you're dealing with pavement, concrete, rendered walls. I mean, you can UV everything to your heart's content. For me personally, automatic mapping on flat planes like this works more than well enough. Okay, so let's see what we have left here. We have the road. So let's just get a quick texture on this. After we name this, of course. So we'll call this driveway. And we have a road outside here, so let's texture this. Once again, I'm using predominantly file textures for this. And main road, there we go. Okay, that looks like that came in okay. A little bit of texture stretching, but we'll sort that out in a second. Okay, and this appears like we've got some deck chairs, these back walls, which for now on these back walls I'm just going to put the rendered wall color. Okay, and main road, here we have the main ground for the whole shot, and that far clip plane has decided to reset itself again. There we go. So I'm actually not going to texture the main ground because it should be underneath everything else. So here we have the internal walls of this house, the two front lawns, the main ground, the main road, the pool, back wall and the deck chairs. Okay, so we're going to need a plane over here that we can texture. Let's just move this back into position. Oh, whoops, I should have reset it, but not to worry. I press F to focus the camera, and that should be about the surface of the water. Okay, and I'm going to create a dark color for this garage door, so I'm going to assign a new material, and I'm going to once again, of course, use a metal ray material, and I'm going to call this large door, and I'm just going to make that a dark grey for now. I'm going to set its reflectivity to 0.3, which will give me a very sharp reflection, which I don't want because this door would be sort of powder coated, so putting this glossiness also down to 0.3 will give me this more sort of powdery feel to it. Okay, so there's quite a bit of the scene textured up, but if we render, you're going to see that all the textures come in quite washed out. And this is obviously because we need to gamma correct them. So I'm going to gamma correct these. I'll leave the video running because I only showed you once quickly, so here's how easy this actually is to do. So hypershade first. Okay, I graph this grass material, break the connection between the texture and the shader, just drop in under utilities, gamma correction node, middle mouse drag this to value, which is exactly the same as connecting the out color to the value via this way. It's just a little faster. Click on this, brings up the color here, middle mouse drag it over to the color, wrong one, sorry, click here, middle mouse drag the gamma correct node over to the color, So now if we move this about, you can see I've just interspersed that between the two. Okay, 0.454, 0.454 and 0.454. So now I've taken the gamma off this, so when I render, this grass should not look at all washed out. Okay, there we go, and this is not supposed to look like realistic grass. This is simply a base material so we can really get started on sort of fleshing out our colours and what we want to go where. Another thing I would say is that material will be quite blurry, because if we take a look under the file node, we will see here that the filter type is set to quadratic. Now you could use the new mipmap filter, you could just leave it at quadratic, you could turn it off altogether. I'll show you what happens when you turn it off. So let's save that, and let's just re-render the whole thing again because it's quite quick. And you see that's a lot less blurry, it's a lot more sharp detail when it's off. However, I do want a bit of blur. I would like it to blur out towards the back, so what we can do is leave the filter type onto quadratic, which is quite fast. We can go down to effects and put the filter to 0.1. This will turn down the effect of that filter. So if I just pop open the render view again, see, now I'm not quite that sharp, but I'm not quite that dull. I've sort of got a happy medium. So this is one way to get a quick sort of filter on your image that actually works, but won't take you too long to render. So I'll just gamma correct these. So once again into the hypershade, and this time we will take the cobblestones, pop them open, and again it's exactly the same procedure. Break the connection between the file and the shader, drop in a gamma node, file, texture, over to value, gamma, over to color, and remember to reverse the gamma. Okay, and this will now have corrected our cobblestones out here. I'm again going to change the filter in a bit. I'll leave it on quadratic, but instead I'll set the filter to 0.1. Okay, let's take a render. Okay, you can see our cobblestones come in now, and they're not washed out at all. So let's just grab this file texture and also gamma correct it. There you go. I mean, it really doesn't take long once you've done it a couple of times. Okay, so we need to do the road as well, which would be, sorry, I seem to have gone blind. Ah, see, now I didn't name my material, so I couldn't find it. Another reason why that's important. Okay, here we go. Let's move these out of the way. Disconnect, and once again. Nice and simple. I believe there's only one left now, which is the swimming pool. Okay. Yep, pool. Okay, hypershade. And should be very familiar to you by now. Once again, we take this gamma correct node, intersperse it in between these two fellas. Okay, now the next thing is, because there's a lot of our file textures in, so the next thing to do is to add some glass, which we can do once more with a Maya Material X. So let's go to Maya Material X, and under presets you'll actually find a glass thick, should do it. Okay, so let's name that. Glass. Actually, we probably want to use the preset glass thin, now I think about it. And we can then just put this on all the windows. So that should be under glass. Okay, let's just get a quick render of this glass to make sure we can indeed see through it. Okay, so I can see through that glass because it's dark inside the house. Obviously I'm getting the reflection of the horizon line here, which is perfect, exactly as I would expect to. So let's just continue to select a few bits and bobs in the viewport here. And assign the material to them. As long as you keep your materials organized and named well, when you've got a lot of them, this doesn't become quite so tedious. Okay, so that's the sort of bulk of our materials. We need to add something here, but we shall cover that in the next part. For these deck chairs, I think I'll simply once again use a Maya Material X, and I'll call this one deck chair, and I'll use one of the plastics, which I think I'll use a glossy plastic, and I'll make that a lot lighter. And okay, yes, of course I called it deck chair. Perfect. And for now I'm just going to put the glass material on top of the swimming pool. It won't look very good, but it will do for our purposes to get a test shot. So let's come around here. We've got our sun. It's about midday. Let's make it a little more dramatic. Let's back it up a bit, make it sort of closer to sunset. And let's take a quick render, see if all of our colours and whatnot have come through. Okay, there we go. I actually left the gloss on this. Let's take that off while I still remember. Okay, so there's the very basics of our basic materials kind of sorted out. I see I've left the gloss on this roadway as well. But really, before I start with all these little spotlights around here and the internal lights for the house, I like to get the main sort of big areas of colour in. When we come back, we'll finish getting these little textures in around the doorway. We'll texture this with some concrete. We'll add some terracotta tiles and whatnot for around the pool area. And then we'll start to look at things like displacement, bump mapping, reflection maps, all the things that make your textures, you know, stand out from this sort of flat, dull thing to something with a bit of life in it. So I look forward to seeing you in the next part, and we'll continue with our basic house texturing. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we sketched out our large blocks of colour here. Now I normally start out an exterior scene this way for a couple of reasons. First one is some of these can be quite complicated shading networks, and for me I like to work out that I actually like this, going with this before I start more complicated shading work. And before we go any further, I'm just going to flick on to viewport 2. This normally takes a second or two on my machine. This will just allow me to see these textures a little better, and if I actually set viewport 2 up, I should be able to have some anti-aliasing here. There we go. Just make the viewport look a little better. As you can see, sort of a before and after. Set on its maximum. I'll make sure the gamma correct is enabled. This is basically what I've done with the exposure node in the render view, is really now doing this in the viewport view as well. If I didn't have that gamma corrected, I would see these textures as darker, because obviously they've had their gamma taken off, so they look correct in our render view. And I'll just throw on some ambient occlusion. Okay, we have some. Okay, so now our viewport looks a little better. We can see our textures in our viewport a little better, and we'll be able to see any bump maps we put on there. Okay, so as you can see, this geometry seemed to have disappeared, but it has not. Just viewport 2 supports this transparency on this mere material. Now, before I go any further, I just want to dive into this portion here that we forgot to texture last time. So let's go assign new material. And once again, I have a file texture for this. And let me see. Yeah, terracotta floor. I think I'll use this one. It's a little large. So let's just delve in here. Oops. And repeat this a few more times. Let's try 3 and 3. Okay, that seems a little better. You can see now we have a properly gamma corrected viewport as well as a render window. You can see this looks too light, so once again hypershade, and this needs a name, so let's call it pull out tiles. Any name will do, just as long as it makes sense to you, of course. You can actually see it change colour in the viewport. Okay, that looks a little better. If I was going to feature this area of the render, I'd probably spend a little more time on this. But these exterior shots are one of those things that you don't normally get a lot of time to actually work on, so you tend to sort of cut a few corners. arch-viz has a very fast turnaround time from the time you're asked for it to the time you're expected to deliver it. You don't get a massive amount of time, certainly not as much as if you were working on a game or movie shot, so you know. Okay, now that's pretty much all of the basic texturing done. We've got these big blocks now, so at this point it would be easier for me to say this terracotta doesn't match this green, I haven't put a lot of effort in. I just simply create another file texture that I think might work better. Now I want to go on to something slightly more complicated, water, and making it look quite good. So if I take a render of this, in fact what I'll do is make a water material. Okay, and there's a preset for water. If only it were that easy. Okay, so we'll render and I'll show you what this water looks like. Okay, what you can see here is A, I've left this very shiny, but B, our water doesn't really look like water. Not unless these people haven't cleaned their swimming pool in several months. So first let's sort out our terracotta tile just to get it out of the way, just so I don't have to see that in my render view. And then let's change the sun position, and I'll show you an interesting thing. Let's move the sun straight down and re-render. And you can see this water really is just a reflection of what's going on in the sky with a little green tint to it. Now this was because the water preset in Mental Ray was really created for large bodies of water like oceans, not for smaller shots like swimming pools and whatnot. So I'm going to show you how to create a decent material for a swimming pool. So we have this base to start with. Now the first thing I'm going to do is turn the transparency up to 0.9. I'm going to leave a little bit of diffuse here, diffuse weight, sorry, and I'm going to change that in a little while, but first I will change the reflection here. In fact, I'll show you what this looks like, because we have very fast render times at the moment, so it doesn't hurt to show you each step. Okay, now I've got something that looks a little more like water, still not terribly realistic. And part of the reason for that is this water is completely still. The other reason is our material's not quite finished yet. So if I were to change my water color here to a sort of pale blue, you'll see this looks a little better, but you do get problems with this. It's not terribly realistic. It's slightly tinted the water. A better idea is if you put your reflection back to white, and we go down here and we go to advanced reflection, use color at max distance. Now we'll put use max distance, sorry, and use color at max distance. Now we'll put this blue color in here, and we'll say that pulls about, let's say, 10 units. So let's re-render. Okay, that's a little better, but it's still not great. So if we go up here and we set the weight up to 0.9, in fact let's set the diffuse weight all the way up to 1. Have another look. Okay, we slowly begin to get there. It's still not looking terribly realistic. Let me just have a look here. I want to set this to refractive caustic. And I want to grab a screenshot of this so I can show you when we put the bump on here what a difference it will make. I'm going to open the overall bump slot. I'm just going to go up to 2D textures, and I'm actually just going to use a water texture. Now let's open this up. So this is what the texture will look like. Let's see what sort of ripples that creates on the surface. Okay, they're a little too large. But as you can see, we're definitely starting to look a little more like water now. Let's make the number of waves 16. And let's have the frequency up quite a bit. Okay, this is looking better. I would increase the frequency maybe a little bit more and turn the bump down just a tad. So let's increase this frequency just a tad more and turn the bump value down to say 0.9. Okay, and we've got a fairly decent looking water surface for a few minutes. Let's go back and just check our material. So we must make sure to set this on reflective caustic. That will come in handy in a minute. The color at max distance. Let's change the max distance just down to 1. Let's grab a snapshot of this, and let's change this over to a more dark sort of blue color. Okay, our max distance is a bit low, so we're not penetrating down enough into the water, so let's set this up to say 5. Let's try this out again. Okay, that's a little better. Still not far down enough. I think our guess in the first place of 10 might have been good, and let's make this a little lighter as well. Okay, that's sort of given us a better water surface. Let me see here, where were we before? I'm not really loving this colour, I must say. I think all the blues are sort of merging together to give us too strong a surface. I think we were better with this off greeny blue colour, but again that will depend on the texture on your swimming pool and whatnot, so I will leave you to play with that. You might want a slightly different effect, but one thing this water surface is now missing is caustics. So let's fix that, and for that we're going to need a light source. Now I have done this this scene at sort of a darker nighttime than is currently on shot here, so I'm going to actually illuminate the pool. I'm going to put pool lights in it. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's just get a shot with, for reference, of a darker pool surface. Okay, and what I would like now is this to become an illuminated swimming pool. So let's just start off with one point light. Okay. Let's get that into position in our swimming pool. Now what I want is one light here and one sort of here, so let's duck into the foreview, and I'm just going to press F to center on this light. Okay, I seem to have got some viewports having a hissy fit. I shall find out why in a second. Grab my outliner, grab my point light, and I'll just, doesn't need to be too accurate, so I'll just eyeball it. Okay, that'll do. So if I was to just render this now, it's not going to give me the effect I desire, but I will show you what it does do. Okay, this really doesn't look much like an illuminated swimming pool. So, and I've left the reflectivity on this up too high. Let's just turn it off for now. Okay, so again, it doesn't look like an illuminated swimming pool. If we pick this point light here and put its intensity up to say 10, still not great, still not really done anything for us. And this is because with this shader on the camera and the sun intensity RGB unit scale cracked up so high, we're going to have to use a massive intensity value on this light to get it to do anything. So let's go here, and now you'll see more of an illuminated effect. Okay, so you can see it started to illuminate here. If we see before and after, I've got much more of an illuminated kind of swimming pool effect now, and in fact if I crank that up one more, you'll see it even more. There we go. So now I've got pool illumination. What I don't have is any caustics, and another thing I'm going to do is just go down here to mental ray. Actually, first I'll sort out some shadows. So I'm on ray trace shadows. I've got a shadow limit of 3, shadow depth limit of 3, shadow rays of 1. This is fine because I just want the light to be blocked. I'm not going to cast any shadows upwards realistically. So the default settings are fine. Now I believe if you're on an earlier version of Maya, this might actually be unticked, so you'll have to come in and tick that you want some shadows. So just something to be aware of there if you're not using 2014. Okay, so now we've got this one light, let's put some caustics on it. So what you need to do is mental ray and caustics, emit photons, and you'll see here that it's not giving me any options for caustic photons or global illumination photons. This is because it's all turned off in the render options. Now I'm not going to use global illumination. What I am going to do, however, is go to Features and tick Caustics. So let us make sure we keep a snapshot of this one. And let's re-render. And now I get these caustics in the water. Much better water surface. Okay, let me show you before and after. So that was before, and the actual surface of the water was sort of illuminating, which I didn't want. I wanted to make it look like an underwater illumination, which thanks to these caustics it's been done in a much better way. Now if I wanted to, I could just duplicate this light and move it over here, so we get a pool that's illuminated at both ends. So let's just zoom out a bit, get a different angle on this and re-render. And you'll see here we have this rather nice illuminated swimming pool with a water surface. Now that will look better when we turn the quality up, but it's not a bad quick pool surface. Now we actually don't need this many photons. If you turn that down to something like 5, and let's make sure we do that on both lights. That's just a trick for a quicker render with the water. We actually don't need that many photons, and by turning the photons down you actually get a nicer surface. Just one quick trick for pool water. Normally you want more photons, but I kind of like this messy sort of photon look. So if we look now, if we were to take a shot from this angle, let's say, that's sort of the time we're at, which would be sort of 7 o'clock in the evening, early evening, and do a render, you'll see that this casts a nice blue sort of pool. Looks like an illuminated swimming pool. So that's a quick one for the swimming pool. In the next part I'm going to start on these textures which require displacement, reflection maps and a host of other things before they'll look okay. So I hope you've enjoyed this part, and I shall see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part I said I was going to show you some texturing techniques for things like roadways. These techniques can also be applied to walls, sort of brick walls, any sort of stonework, any sort of rough ground surface really. Especially lends itself to things like cobblestones. In fact, if I flick this to viewport 2 under the render here, we'll get a better look at exactly what the textures look like. So at the moment we've got a few places where this will be useful. We can use it here, we can use it here, and we can use it here. And like I said, if this was brick, we could also use it there. There's a couple of advantages to using displacement. One is that it's quite simple to do. I'll show you how to do it with all of these textures quickly and easily. The other one is it doesn't have to be actually modelled into the geometry. There are some disadvantages, of course, there always is. One being that it will take extra time to render. But in a lot of these arch-viz shots, you're only going to really get, several shots from different angles. If you were animating, then you can go with a lower displacement quality that you might get away with. Again, that would depend on your shot angle. If I get a shot of this brick road from, say, this angle, It shouldn't take so long. It should be very obvious to you that this is completely flat. It'll be obvious to anyone viewing it that it's completely flat. Now, at this distance, you're not going to get away with a bump map. You probably will either need to model the geometry or use a displacement. Let's say, for instance, we took a shot from over here. As you can see, probably at this distance you will easily get away with a bump map. So I'll show you how to hook up both the displacement map, the reflection maps, and the bump map. And you can decide, depending on your shot, whether you need the displacement or not. So let's take a look at this material in the hypershade. We just find our cobblestone material and graph the network. You can see it's a very simple network. We've basically got this cobblestone shader that's connected to this vinyl texture through the color, and that's gamma corrected, obviously, so we can get the right gamma in our viewport. Now, it's got a reflectivity of 0.3 and a glossiness of 0.3, which gives it this ever so slight shine, which should give it the look as if people are walking across it. But again, if we take a look at our render view, it's just not very realistic. Obviously it's quite jagged in the render view because we've got the quality on very low, but even if we had it on Super Max, it's not going to look good. So first thing we need to do is generate a displacement map. Now, I've opened our texture up in Photoshop here, and generating a displacement map for this is actually not so difficult. What we need to do is go and play with the levels of this image till we get it into a more high contrast state. Now, first thing I'm going to do, because displacement maps and bump maps are both in black and white, I'm just going to turn this image black and white. So I'm going to go up to mode and I'm going to go to grayscale. Discard all the color information, we don't need it. Now I'm going to go to adjustments and levels, and I'm doing this with Photoshop, but the same principle would apply if you were using GIMP or anything else. And what I'm going to attempt to do is get these black between the stones quite dark and the stones themselves white. Sort of find a happy medium between the two. Let's have a look. Okay, and I'm not going to play with this too much because I'm on camera and I honestly don't want you guys to watch me tweak this for the next hour or two. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that's about right. Now, as a displacement map, everything on this that's white will pop up and everything that's dark will pop down. The problem is all these white areas here, they're actually too well defined. So if I use this at the moment, this is going to create some nasty jaggedness with my displacement. And again, where I've done this levels, I've left a bit of black on the top of these stones that shouldn't be there. So I can just actually do the levels again and see if I can get it any better. Sometimes you can, sometimes there's just not enough information left on the image to get it any better. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to do a lot with that. So sometimes you'll get away with it and sometimes you'll need to do a little bit of hand painting. So where I've got these sort of messy areas here, I'm just going to literally go in and paint them out. So what I don't want is these black splotches on top of my cobblestones here, and I think I have that on an airbrush. Yep. So I'm just going to go with it. Okay. And don't worry, I'm not going to make you watch me do all of these, just so you get the general gist. You don't really want any sort of black dots on top of your cobblestones. One or two, not really going to matter, but you will want to clean up when you get the chance. Now, the other problem you're going to have is, this is, as I said before, if you zoom in, this is far too sharp between here. Now, when I played with the levels on this, I did it very quickly. If you take your time and adjust the levels, you know, with a little more eye for detail, you'll be able to get this a lot better. But regardless, what I would do with this now is blur it. So I'm going to just go to blur, Gaussian blur, and if we move out, you can see that sort of takes the hard edges away from this black. Okay, so that should help us eliminate any very jagged sort of points in the displacement. Now, reflection maps are basically this. Well, I wouldn't say they were the same as the displacement map, but really what a reflection map's going to do, or a specular map if you like, is anything in white is going to be maximum reflectivity and anything in black is not going to reflect. Now if we flick back to our scene here, I would expect that, you know, with maybe hundreds of thousands of people walking on top of these cobblestones, the stones themselves might be quite shiny, but all of this dirt and sort of moss and soil in between is not going to be shiny at all. So as far as basic reflection maps, or spec maps if you prefer, once again, go for this displacement map is actually not a bad place to start a reflectivity map for this. So before we go any further in Photoshop, I'm just going to show you how to set up the displacement for this, and we can start to look at how to apply the spec map, the displacement map, all in one fell swoop. So let's graph this network. Okay, and if we look here, what we have is a reflection color. This will be where our reflection map goes, our spec map. Now, you won't see anywhere in here for displacement. You need to go under the materials shading group, so that's quite important. Displacement materials go under the shading group. Everything else, your color, your reflection, your refraction, goes under the shader itself. So just one thing to bear in mind. And I'm going to save this out as our displacement map, but before I do that, I'm actually going to just lower the brightness down a tad, so because looking at it, I just want that a little darker, you know, because where we are there, it's not quite pronounced enough for me. Again, one of those things you could have taken care of with the levels if you'd have spent a bit more time on it, and that sort of cleans up our cobblestones quite nicely. And there we go. And I think I'll just give that a touch more blur. So probably not quite that much. There we go. That just, the blur just stops any sort of sharp, jagged pixels poking up in our displacement map. So that's basically your displacement map. Let's apply it in Maya. Okay, so we know it goes here. If you click this, that's going to open up and ask you what you want to do. In this case, it's file texture. Under the displacement, we're going to load in our displacement map. So here's one I saved earlier, Cobble's displacement. I'm going to give it no filter because I've actually pre-blurred it. Okay, and we have now connected up the displacement to our shading group. Now the problem is, if you look at these two images, this file texture that we're using for the cobblestones is actually repeated 4 times in Y and V, and this file texture is not. Now the simple way would be to just repeat this 4 times in Y and V. The problem with this is that if I later go back and say to myself these cobblestones are too small and repeat this, say 2 and 2, our displacement will cease to function. Well, it actually will function, it just won't look right, because this is still set at 4 and 4. And now with just a displacement map and a standard file color map, this is not such a problem. But when you've got displacement maps, spec maps, translucency maps, you know, and you find yourself repeating this process over and over again, it can become a bit time consuming. So what I like to do is just delete the place 2D texture node on the displacement map, middle mouse drag this from the file node and just drop it on the displacement map. You can just connect it default. And now you can see what's happened is when I repeat this UV, so 4 and 4, it repeats this one and this one. So when I plug in my spec map, that will also plug this 2D place texture node in, and they'll all repeat the same. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got here for displacement. And this is not going to be good, I can tell you that now, but I just want to give you an example of what it looks like and then explain why. Okay, as you can see, that didn't quite go according to plan. It's because our displacement scale is too high in this particular instance, and also the quality is not very nice because we don't actually have a lot of geometry to be displaced here. In fact, I'm surprised it did such a good job on it. Now, we can either add extra geometry, which is going to be a pain, or we can use something called a mental ray approximation. Now, if you go up to Window and Rendering Editors, you'll see a tab here for Mental Ray, and you'll see Approximation Editor. Now, what this will do is allow you to artificially tell Mental Ray to subdivide this geometry so displacement works better. So if I go like so and render again, you should see a very different result. And there you go, you get a completely different result because Mental Ray has now divided this geometry internally quite differently than it did the first time. So what I would like to do is get a better quality on this. Now I'm going to use one of the quality presets. I'm just going to do a fine view low quality and take a look at that. And I would say that the more you up the quality on this subdiv approximation, the longer your render time will be. So once again, it's a question of quality versus render time. Now we can see here that we have a slightly better quality displacement, but it's still way too high. So let's go and fix that. Now back to the hypershade. Once again, we'll need to graph our cobblestone material, and if you do that, you might notice that you have no displacement. That's because we graph the shader. What we need to do is graph the shading group. So click here, graph again, and you can see there's your displacement connected to this place 2D texture, which is also connected to the file color 2D texture. We didn't need to gamma correct the displacement, of course, because it's not actually displayed, it's just used internally. So if you go down here to the displacement shader node, you'll see something called scale. Now this is dependent on the color of your displacement map. If we'd have gone into Photoshop and made this displacement map, these black lines, if we'd have made them light grey, we wouldn't have to reduce the scale so much, but because we chose to make them black, we're going to have to reduce the scale, and this is something you might need to do a bit of experimentation with. So as it was way too high, I'm going to knock it down to 0.1 and see where that gets us. Okay, 0.1 is a little too high for my tastes. I'm actually going to go to 0.05, so I'm going to half it once again. And this should bring me up to about the height I'm looking for. Now obviously if you were doing a rough cut stone wall and you wanted the bricks to stick out more, then you could have left your scale at around 0.1 depending on your displacement map. Now this working for me, this is about the right height for a rough cobblestone. Obviously you can come back and tweak the scale further, and these are effects you're seeing here are just because our anti-aliasing quality is so low. I will actually do a render with better quality so you can take a look. Okay, now I wanted to talk about reflectivity, but for some reason this doesn't appear to be very reflective to me, so let me just drop into my material attributes and find out why. It's because our reflectivity color for some reason has got set to black, so let's just set that to where it should be, white of course, fully reflective, and let's do another quick render. Okay, now I can see more reflection. You can tell these have gone quite blue because they're actually reflecting the sky. In fact, if I flick back to an older shot, you can see these are much less blue because they have no reflection on them. For some reason our reflection color had got set to black. The problem is, and if I do the displacement a bit less on this just to highlight it for you, so if I put this down to say 0.01 instead of 0.05, you can actually see here that when we had no reflectivity, the gaps between our cobblestones were nice and dark, and you could see this little bit of moss. But right now they're also reflecting blue. Now I would expect this, on the cobblestones themselves, but not in the gaps. So let's correct that, and what we can do is quite simple. We'll just connect our displacement map into our reflectivity color. Now if we look in Photoshop, you can see by this that everything that's black will then be ignored by the reflectivity, and everything that's white will obviously be fully reflective. So in this case we can actually use our displacement texture here as also a reflection map. So let's just middle mouse drag that up to reflectivity color. Okay, and now you can see we've reused this one texture to get the reflectivity or spec map, if you like. So let's do another render. Let's just keep this one. And you should see this time that the cobblestones themselves have gone a little bluer in colour because they are slightly reflective, but the gaps in the middle have kept that nice darker colour, and I think you'll really see that when I flick backwards and forwards. So as you can see, there was the previous one, and you can see this is kind of washed out by the reflectivity, and now it's not. So the cobblestones are still receiving some reflection colour, but the actual gap in between is not. Okay, and because that's all connected up to the same Place 2D texture node, obviously I'm not going to have any problems with my reflection map being out of place. So just to show you how well that works, I'm going to turn the glossiness off and crank the reflectivity up to maximum. And now you can see that our cobblestones have gone very blue because they're just reflecting the sky information. And if I flick backwards and forwards, you'll see that although the cobblestones have taken on that reflectivity, this lines in the middle have not. So if I now drop that back to where I think it should be, which is about 0.3 and 0.3, which is a fairly good number, I can go and tweak our displacement back up a bit. So I'm going to put that once again, maybe 0.4, and then when we render we'll get those more raised cobbles. Okay, one thing I don't like about this is because it's a repeated texture, it's very uniform, and I would like some blotches of sort of discoloration in random parts along the texture. So in order to achieve this, I'm going to go back into the hypershade, and here's our graph material. If it's gone for you, you can always just re-graph it. Okay, so you have reflection map, displacement map, and color map. I am now going to use a 3D texture, and I'm going to use a stucco, and I'm going to connect, and you'll see this connected to a Place 3D texture node, so I can't actually do the same trick with a stucco, and I wouldn't need to either because it's not repeated. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect this stucco in to the color gain of our texture node. And you can see in our viewport what's happened is our cobblestone has now got this sort of blue and red stucco pattern on it. Now if we were to go in to our stucco texture and make one of these colors, so in this case I'll make the blue color black, you will see, white, you will see that our original texture shines through. So if I go to this white, this red color, and make it a sort of lighter grey, you can see now that I've got this random sort of pattern overlaid on my cobblestones. Now because this is a 3D texture, if I grab the 3D texture node and just move it, you will notice that by moving this 3D texture node I move this stucco pattern, and the same remains if I scale it. So if I scale it to say 100, 100 and 110, it doesn't really matter, you can see I've changed the disposition of where this stucco pattern appears, and this is a clever way to make repeated textures not quite so repeated. So if I were to do a different render now, and I'll just push this out of the scene and just get a pattern that I like. There we go. If I were to do a render now, you'll see a pattern that looks a lot less repeated. And obviously that might be a bit extreme, that is a bit extreme in colour, but I can go back and just tweak that. So if I grab my stucco node here, I can make this a little lighter, let's say, so we don't have quite so much impact, maybe a little darker. This is one of the things you'll have to play with, and I'll tweak the 3D texture node to maybe make those patches a little smaller. Okay. And you'll see here it just slightly breaks up the pattern. You're looking for quite a subtle effect, and I think this is a little still a little too dark. But you can see here I've got these sort of patches of, you could call them dirt, sort of different wear and tear on these cobbles, and you're going to have to play with your stucco texture until it's where you want it. I quite like the subtle effect, it just breaks it up a little bit, so I'll probably go one layer. And of course, if you wanted to colour this, you can add a hint of colour, sort of a very light reddish brown. There we go. So that's just one way to sort of break these repeated textures up. It's quite simple, you can throw it in, it gives quite a subtle effect. What I will do before we sign off on this part is I will just take a more high quality render of this. So I'm going to go up to my quality here. I'm going to be using this legacy sampling mode because most of the people I would think that follow along with this are going to be in Maya 2013, 12, 10. If you are on 2014, please feel free to use the unified sampling mode. Okay, I'm going to make sure mine's on Mitchell, and I will just do another quick render. Okay, you can see here our displacement looks quite nice, but you've got these sort of jaggedy edges here which are not quite what we would expect. This is because our displacement quality is not high enough. We set our displacement preset on our approximation node to low, and at this distance with this much displacement going on, what we're going to need is higher quality. So in order to get that, we're going to have to grab that mental ray displacement approximation, which you will not see here on the shading network. So if you just click the actual geometry itself, go back to the hypershade, graph it, you'll see here mental ray approximation. Change its preset quality to high quality. Obviously this is going to increase your render time, so again, if you're doing a shot from a distance, you could get away with leaving it on the lower quality. It's just, we are just seeing this because we've kind of zoomed right in on the street. So I'll just take a render of this now. Okay, there we go. So after increasing the quality of the displacement, you can see that all those jaggedy edges that we had before are gone. Now this is pretty good, even for an up-close shot. What I would like to say, however, if you are doing a distance shot, like I said, you can get away with less quality. You could also get away with a simple bump. So I'm going to show you now how we can use the same displacement map as a bump map. And I actually unpaused the video while the render was still ongoing, so let me just wait for that to finish. And there we go. So this is a good, if you're doing a close-up shot and you want something that looks quite detailed. It's not so good, however, because it takes lots of time to render if you're going to be from far away. So let me show you how to add a bump to this instead. And you can of course use a combination of bump and displacement. If we wanted, for instance, to give a rougher look to the top of these cobblestones, I would use a combination of bump and displacement. And looking at this again, I think this displacement is just a tad too high still, so I will go back in and adjust it. Let's graph the shading group, which will give you access to the displacement shader, and pop this down to 0.2. So we've got a good idea now of what our displacement looks like when we actually do it as a displacement. Let's have a look at what it looks like if we do it as a bump map. So open up the hypershade, and where we have this displacement here, it's connected to our displacement shader, which is connected to our shading group. What I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to unhook the displacement shader. So if I were to do a render now, you will see no displacement. Let's just snapshot this displacement. And I still have the quality fairly high, so the render's going to take a couple of seconds. Okay, welcome back. You can see here in our render view, the render is still ongoing, but you can see enough now to see that we have indeed unconnected that displacement, and it is flat. So now let's do the bump map hookup. So if we go to our material and you scroll down, you'll see here you've got a section under this material, which is the mere material X, of course. You've got a section for bump. Now I'm just going to middle mouse drag this file, which we used as our displacement, into overall bump, and I'm going to give it a bump depth of say 0.1. It will be, because it's purely black and white, it'll be too high at a bump value of just 1. So let's have a look at this. Okay, as you can see, our render without displacement but bump mapping instead is finished, and although this is the displaced one and it's a lot more convincing than this bump one, if you were going to do the shot at a distance you might be able to get away with the bump map only, and the render time is significantly faster, 2.5 minutes versus 3.5 minutes. And you know, if you've got a lot of displacement, that can bump up your render time quite a bit, especially when we start to put light sources in. The problem will stem from the fact that this bump map just looks like it's raised the geometry. It hasn't actually raised the geometry. So if we start to shine some of these house spotlights on it or put the light at a different angle, the displacement will look a lot more convincing. But please do bear in mind that if you're on a constricted time frame, and let's say you were taking a shot from an angle like so, you get away with using a bump map on this area over here, where you'd have to use the displacement for say this and this, because it was closer in the shot. Now in the next part we're going to come back. I'm quickly going to hook up this material and this material. We'll look at some of the rest of the texturing that's going to be done on the main building, just to give it a little sort of very subtle texture on it, so it's not this brilliant white sort of box with absolutely nothing. We'll also look at making a start on the lighting here for these house spotlights. So I hope you found something useful in this part, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we took a look at doing this cobblestone texture here. We took a look at its reflection map, its bump map, its placement map, as well as using this 3D stucco texture to create these pieces of irregularity here on our repeated pattern to break it up a little. Now if you remember, our last render looks something like this. This is with bump map on. Now before I go to anything else, I'm going to show you how to switch between the displacement and the bump map. So I'll just go up to the hypershade and grab our cobblestone, and I'll need to actually graph its shading group. Okay, there we go. And you can see what's happening here. This, as we used for our bump map, our displacement map, and our reflection map, what's happened is I've now connected it to a bump 2D node, as we did last time, and connected to the overall bump. If I want to change back to a displacement, I can just break the connection between the bump, select the shading group, and drag this back. Actually, let's, as we already have a displacement material, let's middle mouse drag the displacement material, the displacement shader back, and then middle mouse drag this displacement shader to the displacement slot. Let me just on the cobblestone shading group. So that connects back in the displacement and disconnects the bump. Now if you want to reconnect the bump, simply disconnect the displacement, break connection, or either just delete it here and add the bump back to the overall bump channel. Okay, so that would put the bump back for distant shots, and again the displacement, quite simple, middle mouse drag it up to the displacement material. So I'm going to leave the displacement material connected. I won't delete this bump 2D node. It doesn't do anything right now, but I can leave it there in case I want to reconnect this bump map up later on. Okay, so that's our displacement material back on our cobblestone and the explanation for how to switch between the bump and the displacement. Alright, I was going to just quickly come in this part and do this driveway here, but after looking at the renders it's a little boring, and the process for getting this, the displacement spec map, reflection map if you like, on this are pretty similar to this. So I thought I would just take this another route. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some decorative brickwork edging in around here, and I'm also going to add a drainage ditch at the front here, and I'm going to do this in such a way that we'll be able to have all of this on one piece of geometry, so it will be all of a texture, but we'll be able to change the reflectivity of, say, the metal grate in comparison to the main road here. So first thing I want to do is take a look at our UV map. Now this should just be, okay, it's not, must have, so we'll just go to create UVs, and I'm just going to use an automatic mapping and the default will be fine. Okay, so now I've got a straight UV map on there. And yeah, that seems absolutely fine. What I have got though, I can see here, is this must be a square box. It was modelled in by our modeler as a square box. Yeah, and it's not really necessary. I'm just going to use a polyplane. It's very simple. Okay, now I'm just going to resize this polyplane because I'm going to use some displacement on this, and I'm going to use the mental ray approximation editor again, of course, but you know, it helps to have some geometry. So using this polyplane will just allow me to use some geometry as well as a mental ray subdiv approximation. So then I'll use the two in combination together, hopefully speed up the rendering process a little bit, because I will be able to use a lesser quality mental ray subdiv approximation. Okay. And there we go, that should do it. Doesn't have to be perfect. You might want to spend a bit more time when you do this at home. Good enough, just quick rough draft. Okay, and while I'm here I have spotted a erroneous piece of geometry. Wait a second, there it is. Let's just get rid of that. I think that was left over from our modeler adding this in here. Okay, so now we've got our base. Let's just quickly add a auto map UV to it. That will do. Okay, and now we go into Photoshop and start to design our texture. So as I say, what I wanted was the herringbone cobble pattern, herringbone terracotta pattern along the middle, some decorative edging down these sides, and a drainage ditch here. So if I jump into Photoshop right now, this is the texture that we were actually using on this pathway. So first things first, I'm just going to actually do a 1K texture, so it's 1024 by 1024. I could do a 2K texture of 4K, and that's up to you. Whichever size you want is fine. Obviously, if you're going to get zoomed in really close to this, you might want to go, and you know, showing a lot of brick detail and whatnot, you might want to go slightly higher than 1K, but for me right now, should be fine. So first things first, I'm going to grab this paving slab texture and I'm going to drag it on to my new driveway texture here, and I think what I'm going to do is just, depending on which way round I want the herringbone, I'll rotate this. So Control T, upper shift, and just rotate it up like so. Now for me the herringbone going forward may look nice, so now I've got this. I'm also going to make it smaller. There we go, because that's an awfully long driveway that we have there, and I think those bricks should be around this size. So okay, That's about right for me. I'm just going to duplicate that layer. Excuse me, duplicate, not delete. And I'm going to pull that down and match it up. There we go. Okay, now looking at this, my path here is quite long and quite narrow, so I'm going to just trim this texture up a bit. And let's get it sort of here. I'm just eyeballing this. You could actually do some proper measurements, but this will be fine. And let's select inverse there and just delete and delete. Okay, I'm actually going to just merge these two layers together. And I'm doing this extremely quickly because I don't really want this to turn into a huge Photoshop tutorial. But there you go, there's the start of my pathway. Now what else I wanted was some bricks going up it. So I have here an image of some bricks, which I'm going to drag in, and again just going to make that smaller. And really, once again, this is just an eyeball thing. You've just got to get it to the sort of size you think will look good. And this seems about right for me. So I'm going to just rotate that like so. And zoom a second. Ah, must have hit don't apply, excuse me. Let's just rotate that again. There we go. And I want that to be the edge. Okay. So let's duplicate this layer. Okay. In fact, before I duplicate this layer, what I think would be nice is if we had grey brick surrounds instead of red brick surrounds. So I'm just going to colorize this, Control U, and I'm going to change the darkness and kill the saturation off. And let's get a dark grey brick surround, something like so. Okay, now I can duplicate that. And I won't have to individually go through and colorize them all one at a time. So there we go, and let's just grab both of these, duplicate, and okay, let's grab all four, duplicate, shift them over, and in fact let's put this layer at the top. Oops, didn't actually mean to move it. And let's grab our layers here and make sure that we're where we want to be, like so maybe, yes. And as I said, you might want to take a bit more time with this. I'm just sort of roughing out so we don't get stuck in Photoshop for 6 weeks. Okay, that looks about right to me. Not quite. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. We've got a little outage up there, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. Okay, so this will be our basic path with decorative edging bricks. And what I think I'm going to do is grab all these, and actually that path looks too long to me, so I'm just going to chop it down a bit more to size. Too wide, sorry, not too long. So let's just chop one course of bricks out on this side, and we can chop one course of bricks out on this side maybe as well. Okay, there we go. And now we need to move these a bit closer. So, like so. And like so. And what I have noticed here, I think I have a seam I do have a seam, so in order to correct that, I'm just going to duplicate this layer again and pull it down until I can, whoops, there we go, sorry about that, Maya popped up, and pull it down until I can get rid of that seam there. Okay, that's our seam gone, and I will of course need to just lop the edges off this. Now one more. There we go. Now, as I said, I did this fairly quickly, so when you rush a bit you will get some seams and stuff, but okay, now we're looking pretty good. Now I'm going to save this file out, and I'll just save it as a JPEG, and I'm calling it driveway version 2. Okay, and now I'm going to add it to this. So let's load it in and see what it looks like. I just have a Lambert 1 here at the moment. I'm going to put the existing driveway material back on this, and let's take a look at its material attributes, and under its color, its diffuse color, we have our gamma correct node. That's fine, we want to leave that on there. Okay, and we're going to swap this texture out to driveway version 2. As you can see, that's the texture we just made in Photoshop, and here, not at all what we wanted. We wanted these decorative edges along the sides, not top and bottom, so we're going to need to edit our UV. So let's just go to the UV texture editor, let's make it so we can see the texture. UVs, select them all, and let's rotate these UVs, and there we go. Let's get them like so. Oi, too much, just right. Okay, but also you'll notice that we have this problem with it's sort of stretched in the middle, and we would like to correct that. So what we'll do is we'll just grab the whole UV set and scale it, and that looks about right to me. Maybe a little more. Okay, and we need to move it because our path that we eyeballed in Photoshop wasn't perfectly centered, but there we go. Now what we have is, instead of that just very plain herringbone pattern, we actually have a texture that has the herringbone pattern and also has these decorative brick edging strips along it. Now what I want to do now is add a guttering at either one or both ends. I guess that would depend on the look you're going for. And now we don't have this repeated texture. Now we actually have a texture we could draw on. So for instance, if I wanted to draw an oil spill on this driveway, or add maybe some trash to it, some general everyday wear and tear, or even do a pattern on some of these bricks, I can now simply paint that on in Photoshop, and it will appear here on our pattern. So let's go add the drainage ditch at the front of our driveway. Okay, so I have one here, sort of will act as my drainage ditch texture, and I'm going to pull it up, and well, that's a large drainage ditch, too large. And I think for my purposes this will be about fine. And once again I am just going to repeat this, duplicate it, sorry, and sort of get it into position. You can see with these ones the problem is that they're not tailable textures, so you're going to have to line it up sort of as best as you can, and then if we zoom in you're going to have to sort of do some small paint job, maybe a small fix-up. But to be honest, I'm never going to get that close to the drainage ditch, so this is just fine for me. And I'm once again going to just duplicate and make sure it's the bottom one so it goes under the previous one. And there we go, it's sort of alright for me. Once again, duplicate, drag it along, make sure it's the bottom layer. Okay, seems nice enough for a drainage ditch at the bottom of the driveway. Might be a little small, we'll have to take that into consideration when we get back in to Maya. I'm going to merge all these drainage ditches together. I'm going to merge the path together, and I'm going to merge the left and right hand side brickworks together. That's just, if I want to tweak the colours of these or anything after I've had a look at the render in Maya, oh no, we have to come back in and do it all in one fell swoop. It's also easier to keep yourself organised. Now, one thing I'm thinking of is this drainage ditch. Let's see what it looks like in Maya. I think the drainage ditch might be too close to this edge, so let's go into the material attributes, the driveway material, and we will have to click in and reload the texture. It does of course help if you save the texture first in Photoshop. So driveway version 2. Okay. Okay, I just have to hit reload actually. And there we can see our drainage ditch. I might need to adjust our UVs a little bit. So let's go and UV, grab our bottom UVs here. Actually we'll need to grab the whole thing, and maybe we'll just move it a little bit down. There we go. Okay, and yeah, I think this drainage ditch is too close to these, so let's just take a look at what our texture looks like when we render it. Okay, I think and this texture here, this grass is way too big, I've just noticed. So let's just go up to its place 2D texture node and repeat its texture at 5 and 5. That looks a little better. Okay, so let us have a look at this driveway. Oh, maybe that's too many. Okay. Okay, if you remember before, we just had the herringbone pattern, which was just a tileable texture. We now have not only these decorative border edges, we have this grid at the bottom, and we also have the ability to go straight in Photoshop and start drawing stains and scratches and whatnot. So let's just take a quick render here and have a look at our driveway. Okay, so here's our driveway. It's looking a little better now. We've gone from that standard texture. These bricks along the side, I would say, are too large, but that's fine. We can fix that in Photoshop. And this grid is definitely too close to the bottom of this. So let's go and correct that lot. So this is going to be very simple. Just grab our grid here and move it upwards. And for the bricks, just make them a little smaller. So around there I would say, and I'm going to have to obviously duplicate that, and let's just give ourselves another row of bricks. There we go. Now instead of trying to get this one exactly the same scale, I'll just duplicate these two and move them over. That should be about right. Let's just check this side. Okay, so there, we don't need this one anymore. And let's merge these and merge these. Okay, I think I'll also put a copy of this drainage ditch at the other end of the driveway. down a couple, and this one will be fine. And what I want is some bricks here, so let's duplicate that and let's flip it around. Okay, not quite sure why that happened. That seems to be a very long pathway. There we go. Okay, there we go. And if you'll just excuse me a second, I think I'm actually going to have to crop this. For some reason my machine seems to be having a little bit of a panic attack with that. Not entirely sure why. So let's just move it up. Okay, and what we can do is just cut most of it out of the way. Let's put it on top of everything. Okay, now okay, sorry about that. That wasn't quite as smooth as I hoped it would be. And let's get this row of bricks down here. Like so. Maybe I'll actually move this drain up a little more and give it 2 rows of bricks down there at the front of the driveway. Okay, that should be about right. Now let's save this. Okay, and we'll have to reload in the texture. Under its place 2D texture node. Where are, oh yeah, of course, gone blind. Okay, and now we've got a little gap in front of that first drainage ditch. Maybe it's actually a gap too far, so let's go back into the UV texture editor and just select the UVs, of course, and let's just move this a smidgen. There we go. Wait, too many. Perfect. Let's have a look up the other end. Okay, the other end is sort of not great, so what we'll need to do is scale, and there we go. Now the other end is fine. Let's see what's happened to this end. Okay, that's gone to too many, but you know what, it's not that bad. Okay, it's not too bad. I think actually a bigger gap might make it more visible when we're on a sort of shallower angle. If not, you can always tweak the UV map a little more if you want it in a better position. I'm quite happy with that. Seems fine. It's definitely a lot more interesting and has a lot more detail on it than just the standard herringbone that we had before. Now I was going to do the displacement and reflection maps in this part, but I think we've come far enough, so in the next part we'll go in, we'll create the displacement and reflection maps for this. We'll also get a wall sort of texture on this to break it up a little bit. We'll add these final rounds of concrete on all these miscellaneous bits and pieces. So that was all for this part, and I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to create the displacement and the reflection map for our textured driveway here. We're also going to create a bit of a bump map, so let's dive straight back into Photoshop. And the reason I said previously in the last part I think that I'm doing this differently than just a repeat in texture is I'd like this tutorial to give you the opportunity to do any sort of outside scene, and this is a really quick, handy way to texture a plane with different brick materials, different metal materials, without having to go through the trouble of doing the extra modeling. So, you know, in some cases it could be nice to do the extra modeling, but for a shot from this sort of distance, there is no point to modeling in all of these herringbone stones, this gridded pattern here and everything else. So into Photoshop we go. And the first thing I want to do is just do the displacement map for each individual layer here. Now I could try and do this all at once by going to an adjustment level and, you know, trying to get this deeper down. Obviously I'm stuck on this grid now, but if I merge this I could do it all at once, but it's going to be a little easier to do it one at a time. So I'm going to unhide everything that I'm not working on. I'm going to select the layer I am working on. Let me just zoom out, and we'll go for a displacement map for this, which would be the top of the stones all in white, and the underlying material here, the gravel, the grout if you like, that holds it together, black. So the white won't be displaced, the black will. So let's first of all try this. There is a couple of ways you can try this. Sometimes you can get it with the brightness and contrast, you know, but a lot of the time you get more control if you play with the actual layers. So let's go in with the actual levels, sorry, and let's get that inner grout really dark, and then move the white point and see if we can get here sort of happy medium. Okay, and I'm getting a lot of color information here, because the first thing I should have done for a displacement map is strip out the color information. Now before I do that, I want to make sure I have this saved as a PSD, so I can come back in and work on the texture again if I need to. So I'm just going to save this as a PSD, and I'll call it driveway master. Okay, now I can take the color information away. So let's just stick this to a okay, cancel. What I'll do instead, because I don't actually want to merge it, is just bring down the saturation. So there we go. Now I'll play with the levels. Okay, let's bring the black point up and white down until we get about what we're looking for. Okay, that looks about right to me. Let me just zoom in again. You might want to spend more time on this when you do it, but for our purposes. Okay, and that's going to give us a jagged displacement, so we want to do just a blur on there. So let's just do a Gaussian blur. And actually I think I'll try and get these lines a bit darker. Okay, not too much. Okay, and that seems a bit better. Let's have a look. Yeah, that should be fine. And now we just want to blur. So filter, blur. Okay, yeah, that's looking a lot smoother. Let's see, how far can we push this? Yeah, that should be about right for our displacement map. Might need a bit more tweaking, but it looks okay. Okay, that's the displacement map, which we will obviously be using for our cobblestones here. Now we need to generate a displacement map for our side grey pieces. And this one could be quite difficult because these lines here are not clearly defined, so we may end up doing some actual hand painting for this map. Okay, I'm just going to invert this layer, so Control I, and actually I've noticed I'm on the wrong layer, so once again Control I, that was Control U, I, you have to excuse me, I've just switched over to a Dvorak keyboard layout and I'm still trying to get familiar with the placement of new shortcuts. So there we go, that's inverted those, and the reason I've done that is because I wanted this more aligned to be dark. So now we can go in and play with the levels. And you know, this one is not as clearly defined as the other one, so we may actually end up doing some hand painting. But that should be about good enough for us, and of course, because I had those on different layers, I've ended up having to do this twice, but that's okay. Okay, and as you can see, there are a few parts where we probably would go in and hand paint. I'm not going to, because as I said before, I don't want you guys to sit me and watch me do this for hours. It's just a quick rough draft. But let's blur this, so let's grab them both and filter. Can't do two at once with a blur, bit of a shame. Okay, and okay, let's okay, that should do it. And once again for this one, I'll just repeat the same blur. There we go. Yeah, and I would definitely come in and define this more by hand with just a brush or something, but I shall leave you to sort that out. Now you can see here that this one is much brighter than this one, which means for displacement purposes this one's going to be much larger displacement than this. So in order to fix that, I'm just going to make sure it's selected, and then I'm going to go and play with probably the brightness and contrast, or maybe the actual color balance would be hue and saturation. I can just make the whole thing lighter. There we go. So what I'm looking for is sort of this to be the same color as this. Okay, that should be about right. So that should give us a basic displacement map for these bricks at the side, and now all we need to start working on is these grids. So let's put one grid there, and obviously I've forgotten these bricks at the bottom, but that's okay, I'll do that in a second. Now the displacement map for this grid, once again we're just going to play with the levels here, but first I'm going to desaturate it. Okay, and I am of course on the wrong layer, yes. So once again desaturate that to get it back into black and white, or to lose a lot of the color information, should I say. And now let's adjust its levels and see what we can do. Okay, and there we basically have the displacement map for this one. Now, because I want this grid to have quite sharp edges when it drops off, I'm not actually going to blur this too much, just a little bit. Okay, obviously under filter. Okay, that's way too much. Okay, that should do it. Okay, so that's that one. And instead of, I'm just going to copy this, make the other grid visible, and instead of running through that whole process again, I am just going to move our copy up. Let's just get back to a zoom level and match it up with our grid up here. I don't really see any point in doing this twice. Okay, that looks about right. Let's just make sure we're right on the edges. Yeah, so there we go, there's our two of our displacement maps. And the last displacement to be added in is this brickwork down here. So let's make it visible, and once again let's go for saturation. Let's take it down, and obviously you need to be on the correct layer, so this one. Okay, and then we're going to invert that. So Control I, that was Control U again, sorry. Control I, and then play with the levels until we get something that we like the look of. Okay, so that seems about right. Let's just OK that and blur it. Alright, and that seems fine. Now let's look at our displacement map as a whole, and it's actually looking pretty good. We might need to tweak the white levels a bit later on, and some hand painting might need to be done, but for a standard displacement map that's fine. So let's save that out, and I'm just going to save it as a JPEG, and I'm going to save it as driveway 2 displacement. Okay, let's get this added to our Maya. So once again, before we add the displacement, or you can do it after, but before I add the displacement, what I want to do is just take a look at the material itself. So let's go to Hypershade and graph this driveway, graph its shading group. Okay, and we have no bump map, no anything on it. Let's check out its stats. I'm going to put the reflection and the glossiness to 0.3. That will just make a sort of blurred reflection on there. And I'm going to put the roughness up to 0.1 to give it more of a chalky look. I am now going to add the displacement, which, if you remember, needs to be added to the materials shading group, not the shader. So let's go here, File, Texture, Displacement. Let's load it in where we saved driveway displacement 2. Okay, so now our displacement texture is on there. Okay, and I'm going to delete this Place 2D Texture node and hook up the displacement texture into the 2D texture node we're using for the file texture. That way, if I decide to repeat the texture ever, they'll both repeat. Now, as this is not a tiling texture, that step's probably unnecessary. I just kind of do it on autopilot. We don't need a gamma correction between the displacement and the displacement shader, because we want the color to be as is in Maya. So let's go to the displacement shader, and we'll leave the scale at 1. We'll see where that gets us. And the other thing we need to do is put on this a mental ray subdivision approximation. So rendering editors, mental ray approximation editor, create, and I'm going to just try that one on fine view low quality, and let's go sort of get a good look at this, and I will be back in a sec. I will just take a quick render. Okay, I have noticed already our render didn't finish, but I've noticed that our displacement level here is very low. This is because if we look at the Photoshop image, these are not actually white. If I just grab one, they're sort of off-white towards the edges, and these blacks are a very light grey. So because of that, we're going to actually either need to merge this image and re-level it out in Photoshop, which is probably the best bet, or for just now, I'm going to just increase this displacement scale up to, say, 5. Now, with our old displacement map, you remember we had to decrease the scale to sort of 0.0 something, and that was because those blacks were very black, and these blacks are, you know, kind of greyish. So that means we're going to have to either make these darker, as I said, or in Maya increase the displacement scale. So I'll just take another render and we should see some displacement actually working on this now. Okay, and as you can see, with the scale increased, we've got a much better displacement. You can definitely tell that these are sticking up now. One of the problems we have is this is a little jagged, maybe here. Need to go in and hand paint some on the displacement map. This displacement is too high. I'd probably crank it down to about 3. And we don't have a proper reflection map yet, so these look a bit dull inside these where the mortar is to hold the bricks together. I'd like it to be darker, so lowering the displacement will do that, put the bricks close to the ground, but also again need to go into Photoshop and tweak the color map a bit, and when the reflection map is in, we'll stop the reflection happening in between the bricks. So let's just sort that lot out. Now I'm going to just use this as the displacement map. Like I say, you might want to hand paint a bit of touch up around here, but for right now this is fine. I can leave you to do that in Photoshop. I think you should be able to do that okay. Now the reflection map, I'm going to use this as sort of a template, but it's not dark enough. As we already saw, these are not actually black, and I would like virtually no reflection in these gaps. So I'm going to flatten this image, merge the layers, and just go to the levels and make the blacks blacker. Okay, this will be our reflection map. Now I'm going to save that as reflection map. And I'm going to call it driveway version 2 reflect. Okay, so let's plug that in Maya. Once again, Hypershade open. Let's go to our driveway, get the reflection color here, add in a new file texture, open up our driveway reflection map. Okay, I'm going to delete this 2D texture node and add in the one we're using for everything else. That way we have one node now controlling the 3 of these. Under my driveway, I'm going to up the reflectivity just a tad, maybe 0.4. Again, this just comes down to personal preference, how shiny you want those stones in your driveway. Another thing I noticed is on this reflection map, I don't need any filtering. On the displacement map, I don't need any filtering, and the filtering is too high on the color map, so under effects, I'm going to just turn the filter down to 0.1. Okay, so that's our displacement and reflection maps in. Now if I wanted this metal to be, I mean this is pretty dull metal we have here, if I wanted that to be shinier than the bricks, I could dim down the white colour here on these bricks and leave this at stark white. That would mean these would be less reflective than this, but I think I'm just going to go for it the way it is. So let's just do one more quick render in Maya now, and this should give us a pretty good driveway displacement, reflection and texture map. Although if I look at that render, I wasn't entirely happy with the colour of these herringbone bricks here. They're a little dull, so what I will do is just reopen my saved PSD driveway master file. Oops. Let's just get rid of this. Now I've saved it and reopen the PSD. There we go. And these bricks are a little dull, so let's get everything back visible. And I'm just going to hit Control U and colorize these bricks just to get them a little more the sort of vivid color, if you like. Okay. Increase the saturation a bit. Okay, that's given me a more sort of vivid terracotta colour that I actually quite like. So let's OK that, and let's go in and save that as the color map. And you can do that, of course, with these stones as well. If you decide that you didn't like the grey stones, you can obviously change anything you want now in this texture in Photoshop. So there's what we had before. I'm just going to take a snapshot of that, and I'll do one last render, and we should just about have set this material up. It's not really that complicated. It's simply a displacement map, a reflection map, and a color map. If we go in and refresh this map, reload it, you'll see it appear in the viewport too. There we go, you saw the color change there. I think that's going to give us a slightly nicer color. One thing is though, these grout lines are still a bit brown. I would like them a bit darker. So once again into Photoshop, let's zoom in a bit, and we'll just tweak the levels on this to get those grout lines a bit darker. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's a bit too dark. Hang on, let's just start that again. And let's just make them a bit darker. There we go. So again, we'll save that as our color map. And let's just do a render. Let's go back to our previous camera view. Okay, that should be where we previously had it. Yes, it is. Save that, and I'll do a re-render. Okay, our render has finished here, and you can see that we've got some really nice displacement on these terracotta herringbone tiles here. The displacement on these bricks is not quite as good, but we can go back in and tweak the displacement map. This grid here looks fine, and what we've got is the reflection map is blocking these dark areas from reflecting the sky. When we get some lights in here, you'll see a real benefit to that reflection map. Now personally, I would go into Photoshop at this point and sort of tidy up these edges. I would hand paint in something along here so we don't get this just sort of drop in. I would change the displacement map a little bit to give these bricks here more of a pronounced edge, and I'd really just tidy it up. I'm not actually going to do that on screen because it's a fairly simple thing to do. You'll just end up hand painting some sort of sturdier black lines in here, and you know, blending this in a bit more so it's not quite so harsh. And before I go, I just wanted to say that we've now done one displacement reflection map and everything else with this repeated texture, and we've done one with the texture entirely painted in Photoshop. Now we have some other terracotta bricks here. I am not going to do those on screen because I believe you should now know a couple of techniques for doing this depending on the way that you want it to look. So I will see you in the next part when we're going to take a more in-depth look at the physical sun and sky by getting some clouds in the background. We're not going to do this with an image, we're going to do these so they can actually be animated, and over the course of the tutorial I'll be showing you a few other ways to do that. We'll also be sort of keying up the shot for the look we want so we can get these clouds nice and done. Okay, so I hope you found something useful in this part, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part I wanted to get away from our constant texturing for a little while and do something a little different. Now I want to get some clouds in my physical sun and sky render here. So if I render at the moment, you'll see just a plain blue sky. Okay, so as you can see, we've got this plain blue sky, and as we've covered before, if we move the position of our sun around, we'll either get the sun in shot, or we'll get a darker or lighter blue sky, a sunset, a sunrise, depending on where we move our sky here. So what I want to do is look at getting into shot some clouds, and there are a few ways of doing this. I could use an environment ball texture, I could use a backing shot, a variety of ways, but I want to specifically concentrate on animated clouds. Now if I take a look at this render again, and I take a look at the alpha channel, you can see that this background can be replaced in post, as it should be. But let's say I wanted to do an animation of the sunrise in this scene. It would be nice if I could animate some clouds in the background in Maya. So I'm going to show you how we can do that using the haze parameter of the physical sky. So first off, I want to get a good shot where I can see some of the sky, so I'm going to turn on our resolution gate here, and it's a little big. Now I'm sort of looking at this tiny square in the middle of the screen, so if you pop open your camera attributes under your perspective shape, or if you've created another camera under that camera 1 shape or whatever you've called your camera, and scroll down to display options, you'll see this overscan. If I set it to 1.1, let's say, you'll see I've got more working area, probably get away with 1.404, and there we go. Now I've got something to frame my shot in. So let's get us some sky here. And I could, of course, at this point go in and play with the focal length of my camera. So if I put it up to, say, 50 mil, you'll see it zooms in. When I zoom it out, you'll see I've got much less sky. But if I was to take that down to, say, 25, let's try 20 to go a bit more extreme, you'll see I get sort of this fisheye effect, and the driveway all of a sudden looks miles away from the house. And when I tilt it downwards, the house is very sort of out of perspective, out of shape. It's with this fisheye lens. So I'm going to stick with 35, but that is an important thing to note when you're taking an exterior shot. Depending on the look you're going for, if you change the focal length of your camera, you will be able to get entirely different results. As I say, I'm staying on 35 for now, and just get a nice shot here where we can see plenty of sky. Okay, that's it. So let's actually zoom out a bit more, get a little bit more sky in there. Okay, frame the shot nicely. And again, it depends on what you've got in the scene and what you're going for, but I'm just going for the house in the middle, bit of sky on the top. And let's change the direction of our sun. So let's have the sun out of shot for now, and let's make it quite a sunny day. Okay, and let's get on with putting some clouds in here. So I'm going to pop open my hypershade, make sure I have a clean workspace. You can do that by pressing the eraser button here to clear the graph. And I'm now going to create a series of nodes and hook them all in to the physical sky haze parameter. Now the first node I'm going to create is to make the actual clouds. So if I select 2D textures from here, I'm going to use a noise texture. Okay. Now the second node, I'm going to use a multiply. The reason for this multiply is this noise texture is a standard sort of image, so it's got RGB values from 0 to 1 if you like. Now the haze parameter goes from 0 to 15, so I'm going to need to multiply the output of this texture. So I'm going to use a multiply node for that. So under utilities you'll find multiply divide, and from there we want to connect it to a luminance. And the reason for the luminance is this texture is putting out red, green and blue RGB, and our haze parameter only accepts one input. So rather than taking the RGB from this and plugging it into the physical sun and sky, we're going to convert those RGB values to a luminance value. Okay, and the last node that we're going to be using is the physical sky itself. So under utilities you'll see here the physical sky, middle mouse drag that down to your work area. Now we want to connect, we'll look at making more realistic clouds with this in a little while, but for right now we want to connect this noise to this multiply. So middle mouse drag it and select other, and you want the out color to the input of the multiply and divide. Okay, now we want to connect the multiply to the luminance, so once again just hit other, and you want the input 1 that we connected from the luminance that we connected to the multiply and divide to the value of the luminance. And you'll see here that our input 1 has spit out RGB and our value has accepted RGB. The output from the luminance won't be RGB, it will just be luminance. So now we need to connect this to the physical sky. So again, middle mouse drag, hit other, And what we're looking at here is the out value from the luminance, which will be the luminance, into the physical sun haze parameter, which is here. Okay, if we render now, not a lot will happen. Like I say, if we look at the physical sun, you can see the haze is set to 0.021, so it will barely be visible. If I go to our multiply node and kick it up to say 25, when we look at our haze parameter, you'll see that it should have gone up, but it doesn't seem to be working correctly. I'm sure it will in the render view. Let's just take a quick render. It's probably just not updating in the hypershade. So there's our blue sky. I'll take a snapshot and I'll just do a render. Okay, and I've noticed here that we're not getting any clouds, and I think we have something hooked up wrong, which would probably be the reason why this haze value didn't change. So my apologies for that. We'll just check that these connections are correct. Now we should have the out color from the noise texture going to the multiply and divide node. The multiply and divide output should go to the input of the luminance. And what I've done is I've hooked up the multiply and divide input instead of its output. So we'll just break the connection there and we'll rehook these up, other output to value. What I done before is I put input to value, which is not what we wanted. Of course we want to output from the multiply and divide to the input of the luminance. And let's just check our last connection. Luminance out value, which is what we want, to the physical sun and sky haze value. Now if we look at the physical sun and sky haze, this is a value of 1.94. If we change the multiply and divide node now, you should see here this changes to a value of 0.74. So I'm going to put that up to say 30. That puts our haze to pretty much 2, and I'm going to try again with this render. So I'll snapshot this so you can see that it does change. Well, you will see clouds, and I'll be back in a sec. Okay, as you can see, we have some cloud-like substances in the sky. Now, obviously, we're going to need to play with our noise texture there to get those a little better, because these are looking a little jaggedy around the edges, but we can fix that. The biggest problem we have is, I don't know how well you can see this, but what we have here is not good. This is artifacts all over the place. And the stronger those cloud textures get, the stronger these artifacts are going to get, and it's going to cause huge problems later on down the line. So we need to correct that. Luckily enough, it's not that difficult. What I can do is go in here, and if I map this physical sun and sky, if I graph it, you will see, actually here you have a ton of connections. In order to see them better, I'm going to go to options and untick merge connections. You will see one of them is the physical sky haze is connected to the physical sun haze. We no longer want this. So just click it, delete it. You'll see there disconnected physical sky haze from physical sun haze. Now if I were to do another render, in fact I'll just grab a piece here. Actually I'll do the render so you don't have to. Back in a sec. Okay, now we have our clouds in our sky, and we've managed to eliminate the artifacts on the ground and the wall here, which would, as I said, become a problem later on. Now, if we'd have done this with an image, one of the nice things about doing it this way is simply that if I change the color of the mental ray physical sun and sky, and I'm using a background image, the color of the sky and the clouds won't change, as obviously if I was using an image it would be static. So I can give you an example of this. If I were to put this at sunset and even have it so the sun was visible, sort of here should do it, you will see a radical change in the color of the clouds as well as the sun disk being visible. So this allows you to do a really nice animated cloud effect directly from Maya using physical sun and sky. Okay, so now as you can see, our sky clouds have actually changed color with this sort of almost sunset scene, and that will work, you know, regardless of where I move this sun. these clouds and the sky will continue to change colour exactly the same as the physical sun and sky. Now that obviously gives us a great advantage if we're going to animate this. Now we need to get better looking clouds. We have far too many of them, and also they look flat and we need them to look rounded like a sky dome. So let's go and fix that up right now. So here's our network so far. We've got our noise, which is the clouds, as you can see here. So changing this will radically alter the look of these. We've got our multiply and divide, which boosts the output of the clouds. We've got our luminance, which allows it to connect to the haze value, and we've unhooked the sky haze from the sun haze. Okay, now what we need to do is add some sort of environment to map the sky onto. So I'm just going to use a standard Maya env ball, I think, and let's just get that. So what we need to do is hook this noise up to this environment ball. So let's unhook it from the multiply and divide, and let's hook it up to the environment ball. So middle mouse drag again, other, and you're going to see out color to image, and then we need to hook this environment ball back up to the multiply and divide. So connect other, and again out color from the environment ball to the input 1 of the multiply and divide. So all we've actually done there is, instead of running this noise straight to the multiply and divide, we've just put it on an environment ball texture. So now it'll appear more rounded, and you can obviously then play around with your environment ball settings, the inclination, elevation and whatnot, depending on what effect you are looking for. So if I was to render this again now, you will see that our sky is a lot less flat, and obviously I might want to change the ratios and things on our noise texture here to get a bit more realistic looking clouds. Okay, and the frequency we could change. It depends how many clouds you want in your sky, of course. I mean, you're going to have to make that determination and play around for yourself. Lower the density a bit, and then change the frequency. That's just one of those things you need to sort of play with to get a good looking result. Now, and I did mention animating. If you watch this texture here, if I change the time, you'll see it actually moves. So this would move our clouds in the sky, and if I use a very simple little function here, and I just put time, time, oh sorry, equals time. Okay, you will see when I move along the timeline, that will change ever so slightly. So depending on how fast or slow you wanted these clouds to move, you could just edit this expression here, and you could say time equals time, so noise time equals time, let's say times 10, and let's just edit here, and when I move now, you'll see it moves a lot faster. So you're just going to need to edit that expression based on how fast you want these clouds to move. And if you just search for Maya expressions on time, you'll find lots of different ways to do this. So I'm just going to leave mine on times time. There we go. Okay, and you can see here it moves 0.14 to 0.83. Okay, so if your timeline is set on 24 frames per second, which mine is, by the time 24 frames go, this will go up to 1, 48 it will be at 2, so you can see roughly how that expression works. Now, and as I say, with this animating, when you render, the clouds in the sky will actually animate as well. Now, we've put that onto an environment ball, and it's all hooked up, so now if we do another render, you'll see the sky is a lot less flat. Okay, I'll just save this one, I think. Okay, obviously here my noise texture needs a lot of work for the generation of these clouds, but you can see it's a lot less flat. And another thing I was kind of hoping we would catch that I wanted to point out, if you look at this reflection in this window, you can actually see the clouds. So the sky is functioning properly. We just need to go back in and edit this noise so it's a little less harsh. So you'd probably take the amplitude down a bit to sort of blend it together, maybe the ratio, get it a bit sort of more fragmented, add some random sort of extra noise elements in, maybe up the max depth, change the frequency. I mean, this is something you're going to have to play around with depending on the look you want. The density, if it comes down slightly, you'll get far less clouds. You know, you can just play with these values until you get something you like the look of. Okay, so I'm going to stick with that. Now, if you wanted to make a more complicated version of this, so give yourself more control, you can always add in another noise texture. So let's add in another noise, and then let's add in a layered shader, which will be here somewhere. Layered shader I'm looking for. Let's just, excuse me. Layered shader, and I can then just add these two to this layered shader. In fact, this might be easier with a layered texture. Okay, so add the first one here into here, remove those, and add the second one up here, and this will mix both of these together. Okay, so then I can get a blending between the two, and I'm going to need to connect that back up to my environment ball. So let's just take the out from this, out color from the layered texture, and throw it into the image of the environment ball. And now you can see I've got two of these noise textures that I can play with to get a better looking set of clouds on our environment here. Now that might take a while, and I can obviously affect the blending of which one is more prevalent. So if I go with something like that, and that's just a quick way of joining up a couple of textures, or even multiple textures. You could put in more than two noises, and then get your clouds to the environment ball. So I won't bother to re-render that. I just wanted to show you quickly how to do that, and remember, it can be animated simply by animating the time attribute of these clouds. And because we now have two sets of clouds connected to one noise texture, you can obviously get a better control of your animation and a better looking final cloud shot. And also the clouds will be visible in your reflections, which is going to be very important if you have something like a car in the driveway or a lot of glass in your scene and you're going to need the sky to reflect into it. Okay, so that about covers how to create simple animated clouds using the physical sun and sky system. We've seen that the clouds will actually change color, will animate, and will be visible in the reflections and refractions in your scene. Now, in the next tutorial, I want to cover, in the next part of this tutorial, should I say, I would like to cover some different ways to add environments to our scene. Okay, thanks for watching. I hope you found something in here useful, and I will see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we covered creating these clouds in the sky with the mental ray physical sky haze parameter, and I've tweaked these slightly. I'll show you my hypershade. So let's grab here our physical sky and graph it, and you can see we plugged all of this network in to the physical sky via its haze parameter. Now I just went ahead and tweaked these two noise filters to get a slightly better looking cloud, and you can see the effect is very subtle. Now when we did this last time, we simply multiplied the R input, the red input of this environment ball that we created into this luminance node. Now if you wanted a less subtle effect, you could of course multiply the red, green and blue. And if I take a snapshot of what we have and a snapshot of what we'll get, you'll see we have a far less subtle effect. Okay, so if you look at a before and after, our effect is less subtle. It also changes the light in the image a bit because we now have all these clouds in the sky. It is not actually physically accurate, but it's good enough for a lot of purposes. And I actually went ahead and took the liberty here of rendering out a few frames with this sky effect animated via its time attribute and the noise. So if we look here, you've got sort of a time-lapse sky going on. Now I apologise for the render quality. I didn't really have it that high when I did this, but as you can see, if you wanted to do some sort of time-lapse day-to-night footage, these clouds are quite a nice way of doing that, and obviously you could spend more time getting the look you wanted. And you can also see from these windows we're actually getting some of the reflections from the clouds. Now this becomes quite an issue, and I'll show you why. And in order to demonstrate these reflections from the sky, I'm going to put in here a large chrome ball. This will give us a better idea of actually oh wait a second, of what is being reflected. So okay, I'm just going to put this in shot and make it a chrome ball. So I'm going to assign a new material, and I'm going to use mere material X, and there is a preset for chrome, so I'm just going to use that. So if I render, you will see these clouds reflected in that chrome ball, and this is an important concept because when we put some backgrounds in, you'll see that the reflections don't actually work. So you can see already from this render that this has started to come in. So now it's a little easier to see when I say that our sky is actually reflected. You can see in the top half of this ball here that we have the reflection from the clouds in anything in this scene that would be reflective. Now if I was to dump in, if you have a look under the physical site, you can actually see a setting for background. There is one problem with this, and before I demonstrate it, I'm going to go back to the simple exposure node. This background attribute here has some problems when working with the photographic exposure node, so for now I'm just going to flick back to the simple exposure node. So get the camera, scroll down to the mental ray tab. There we go, sorry I went blind for a minute. Break the connection to the photographic exposure and add in a simple exposure. So just under mental ray lenses and exposure simple. I'm going to turn the gain down to 0.2 because up at 1 it would be far too bright. And if you remember, in order to get the photographic tone mapper to work, we needed to change some parameters of our physical sun and sky, so we'll just need to change those back. So again, select your physical sky, and under RGB unit conversion, change it from 0.0138 to 0.0001. Okay, and do that for all three. And that changes it back to where it was by default, and it will now work with the simple tone mapper. And mental ray physical sun and sky was actually predominantly designed to work with the simple tone mapper, so there are a few features of it that become a true pain in the backside to get to work when you're using the photographic tone mapper. And I would also point out as well that all of the tone mapping stuff is to just give us a better idea of what it looks like in the render view. I would generally break that connection and do most of my tone mapping in post. Now you can see here that the image looks completely blown out, and this is because under the photographic tone mapper, we had to jack these lights up in our swimming pool to a really high intensity. So I'm going to go back in and just plonk those down to a more manageable intensity. So if I render again, you'll see we don't get that. Okay, so you can see now my switch back to the simple exposure was successful. Now you'll notice that with the simple exposure node on, it's a little brighter than with the photographic exposure node. You can always go in and tweak that under your simple exposure settings. You can lower the gain and play around with that. But for now, I just want to illustrate a point. So we have this scene, we have the clouds, and we have the reflection. So great, but what if you wanted to use a simple photograph? Now we know, because we've just seen, that the physical sky supports a background. So let's go in and click background and just hook one up. Now I'm going to hook up the background to a environment ball. So let's go to environment textures, env ball, and I'm going to use a HDR image. And you could use anything. In fact, I don't think I will. I think I'll just use this standard JPEG. Okay, and if we render now, what you should see is that background coming through. And there you go. This is our background. Now, our background's a photograph, that's great, but you could already see here that our reflections are simply the physical sun and sky. Now this is going to cause huge problems if you have anything reflective in the scene, because you would expect this to be reflected, and what you would get instead is the physical sun and sky. And I can illustrate the problem, how bad it can actually be, better by simply going into our hypershade and removing our clouds, because now we're using a photographic backdrop. We don't really need to use these clouds. So let's unhook our clouds, which is this network here, going to the luminance, finally going to the haze. Let's look at our physical sun and sky. We want to make sure that our haze is set to 0, which is its default, and we want to connect the haze parameter back up to the physical sun. So let's just other haze to haze. Now if you wanted to reconnect your clouds, you just take the luminance node, drag it into the haze parameter of the physical sun and disconnect, the physical sky, and disconnect the physical sky haze from the physical sun. Okay, so if we do a render now, you'll see I've got this sort of dark background with some lovely clouds in it. The problem will be that when we see our reflections here, I'll have none of that. Okay, you can see reflected in this before it even renders, all I have is this physical sun and sky. Now, if we were to get reflections in these windows, we would obviously get the reflections from just the physical sun and sky. And if I move our sun here and sort of move it over this way at a more evening, you'll see that what I'm left with is a sort of orangey reflection in my sphere. Actually, I didn't put it quite high enough. Let's just make that slightly more evening. There we go. And so I'm going to be left with this, you know, dull orangey kind of reflection in here, but the background is not that color. So this creates a very large problem. The reflections are going to look different than the background. That's going to be a dead giveaway to anyone that looks at your image that something is just not right. So how do we fix this? Well, one of the ways we could fix this is by doing it all in post, and again you're going to have problems with the reflections. So what I like to do is use at this point a couple of mental ray production shaders. The first one being one of the mental images production shaders called ray switch. Now let's just go into our sun and sky and turn that background off. Okay, so let's break the connection between our environment ball here, and if you just click use background, by the way, what will happen is you'll get a black background behind this, completely black. You'll see via our sphere that you're still getting the reflections from the physical sun and sky, but the background is black. This can be handy if you're going to composite a background in later on. Okay, just one heads up there. So if you're going to take this image into Photoshop and put the background on afterwards, then obviously just leave that use background ticked with nothing in it. But for right now, I am just going to go back to the physical sun and sky background. Okay, there we go. And now you can see that's what in the sky is actually what's reflected in our sphere. So getting a true photograph in here with proper reflections in anything that might be reflective, your windows, you know, shiny cars, whatever you might have, is actually a little more complicated than you might think. And I'll demonstrate why. If we put a sphere around this, okay, we need to let in the light from that sphere. So if we go to the sphere's render stats, we can turn off double-sided, we can turn off cast and receive shadows, and if I now reverse the normals on the sphere, so normals reverse, what you should see is we can see right through that, because it's got normals pointing the other way and it's not double-sided, so the light should shine right through, and indeed it does. What we see is this sort of grey reflection, which is kind of what we would expect, because we've got a grey sphere around the scene. But what you will also start to see, hang on, I'll just let this render out, is that putting this sky dome over the top has sort of affected our complete lighting here. And if we had this on higher quality, you would start to see final gather artifacts, because this dome is actually casting and receiving final gather information rays. So we could go down to mental ray here and tick off, you know, cast final gather and receive final gather, but that's going to cause additional problems, and I'll show you why. Just give me a sec. Okay, you can see here this causes even more issues. I've got all this speckling around here, these are far too dark, this is just wrong, so big problem. So if you're going to put a background image on this, how do you really stop it from messing up the rest of your final gather? It doesn't appear that turning this off works. You could turn off its primary visibility, but it would still cause problems. And if you turned off its primary visibility, it's not going to be much use to you as a backing plate. So you need to actually use a mental ray production shader for this, because this sort of thing is done on productions all the time. Of course, they're always going to need to match up shadows to match up reflections to backing plate. So what we need to do is, if we go down here and just click type create node. In fact, I'll just open the script editor here. Okay, so what you need to do is create node, and it's capital N, and MIP, which is Mental Images Production Shader, ray switch, and just go up to command and execute. Oh, I've put it does of course help if you can type, and if we look in our hypershade now, you will see that we have created this ray switch. Now I'm just going to clear the hypershade away. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just move it over there. So now we've got this ray switch node, and if we look at it in the attribute editor, you'll see eye, transparent, reflection, final gather, environment, shadow, photon, and default. And this will allow us a really good degree of control over the internal processes of mental ray. For instance, if I would now create a surface shader, actually it doesn't really matter what sort of shader we create for this first part, but I'll use a surface shader nonetheless. And if I look under this surface shader shading group, so let's pop out its shading group, you will see under the mental ray tab you've got a material shader here. So instead of using this surface shader as its material shader for the shading group, I'm going to use that ray switch. So let's go ahead and just create one. Okay, there's a ray switch. So connect this ray switch to this material shader under the shading group of whatever shader you're using, in this case the surface shader. So we throw the ray switch up to the material shader. Okay, now under ray switch you've got final gather. What we wanted to do was not have this sphere affect the final gather at all. We want this sphere to be completely invisible, and the way to do that is to create another mental images shader, which will be MIB continue, and this simply allows for the final gather rays to just continue through an object's geometry, ignoring it completely. So let's go to our script editor once again, and we will type create node MIB continue, and let's just execute that, and there we go, result MIB continue. So if we look in our hypershade now, we have this MIB continue. If we open our ray switch, we want to drag, middle mouse drag the MIB continue into final gather, and now whatever this shader is assigned to will not have any effect on final gather. So if I assign the surface shader to this, okay, and I just go in and I want to tweak that out color a bit so we're back to grey, you will see now that this has no effect on the final gather. Okay, so now we've managed to get our sky dome in. We've had no effect on our final gather here, it's just passed straight through. We've got the render and reflection that we expected. Okay, so that's using a couple of mental ray production shaders, the MIB continue and the ray switch. Now what would happen if we wanted to get some reflections in here? So let's put on to the surface shader a file image, and again we'll just use this sun spherical that we've been using. Okay, so now we see our background image, and if I render that I will show you what happens. Okay, you've just got this black sky. You might be wondering why, as we obviously have this backing plate on our surface shader, and as you probably know, surface shaders are independent of the lights in the scene realistically, so this should have come through. Now there's a good explanation for why it didn't. If we look at our ray switch here, and you have to remember that this surface shader's shading group now says the material shader for it is the ray switch, not the surface shader. So if we look under ray switch and we just drag this file node up to I, you will see what we get now when we render is kind of what we expect. Okay, that's what we expected to see. We can now see this image in the background of final gather's looking fine. We've got no artifacts, but we've also got no reflections. That's because this ray switch hasn't been told what it's supposed to reflect. So once again, if we drag this file up to reflection, we can now see that we will have reflections. Okay, that's because I connected it to refraction, not reflection. Don't seem to be doing too well today. I can't spell, and now I can't tell the difference between reflection and refraction. My apologies. Right, now it's connected up to reflection. You will see in there that we have this reflection. Now, it's interesting to note that if we revolve this, rotate it, sorry, to a different view, and save this scene and render this, you'll notice that as it should be, our reflections in the ball also change. Okay, so that basically leads you to connecting up this sky dome, connecting up the reflections to it, and making sure that final gather passes through it. Now, one of the things we can also do, because we have this greater degree of control, if I pop open my hypershade, if you wanted a stronger reflection, so let's unmerge these connections. Okay, so we've got this file and it's going to the reflection and it's going to the eye, and there we go, going to reflection. Okay, so let's break the connection between this file and the ray switch reflection. So in fact we'll just go up here and break the connection. And once again I'm on refraction. Okay, so we've now broken the connection between this photo and this ray switch, and I'm going to go up to utilities here and add in a multiply and divide node. Okay, so you've used one of these before, it's a very handy node, and I'm going to connect this to this multiply and divide. So I'm going to connect its out color to the input 1 of multiply and divide, and I'm going to just connect the multiply and divide to the reflection of the ray switch. Now if I go in here and multiply the RGB channels by 2, you will see that when I re-render this I'll have a much stronger reflection. Okay, so our reflection got a bit of a boost to what it was. Now I will exaggerate that by multiplying all of these by 10. And this is actually a very useful technique if you're only seeing a slight reflection from the sky in your windows and you want to exaggerate it. You can actually use this ray switch to create these exaggerated reflections without having a sky plate that's sort of, you know, set for a massive amount of intensity. So once again, these production shaders really do give you a lot of control over the entire process, especially when it comes to things like putting background plates on. Now there was one more thing I wanted to mention. Say we wanted to composite this afterwards, but we still wanted these reflections. An easy way to do this is to go into the physical sun and sky. So I'll just go here to open it up, click use background, turn the primary visibility on your sphere off, and because we've used the ray switch to switch the reflections out, what will happen is I will get this black background with alpha channel for compositing, but I will still see the reflections from this sky. So if I'm going to composite later on in a sky with sort of clouds, this will give me a sky with clouds reflected and still a matte black background and alpha channel for compositing. Okay, there we go. So now I've got this lovely alpha channel for my composite, and also in my windows here I will see reflected this sky. Also everything else that's reflective will obviously obey this sky, not the rather dull mental ray physical sun and sky. So that's basically one of the different ways you can get a background in. It's one of my preferred methods. This allows you to have sort of complete control over your background, your compositing process and your reflections. So simply remember that you need this ray switch in the material of the shading group of whatever shader you're using. We need a file texture obviously to be our backing plate. We need to replace the reflections, we need to replace the eye so we can actually see the background plate. That is if we are viewing the background plate, because we have a situation now where we're just using the reflections, we can actually break the connection to that. And we also need an MIB continue to let final gather continue on through this geometry. So the MIB continue makes this invisible to final gather, and the ray switch lets us swap out reflections. So instead of the sun and sky reflection, we get the reflections from the image. Okay, I will see you in the next part when we will go over photometric lighting, IES lighting, for the outside of our building. We'll light up the inside if we have time in that part, and we'll start to bring this tutorial to a close. I hope you found something in there you found interesting, and thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we finished off here. I have actually removed the chrome ball as we don't need it to test out the reflections anymore, and I said we were going to start to light up our scene from these outside spotlights. Now before we do that, I want to cover the principles of IES lighting, photometric lighting. Now the problem with Maya is if I use, say, a spotlight to shine up here, it's not going to be very believable. It doesn't have the right light striations, and it's just going to be a spotlight on a wall. And if you take a look at a spotlight that shines on something, torchlight, you'll see variations in the light caused by, imperfections on the reflector, imperfections on the lens, imperfections in the bulb itself. I mean, lights are very rarely a perfect solid circle like Maya would shoot out. So I want to introduce you to the concept of IES lighting in Maya, and to do this I'm just going to open up another scene, and I'm going to open up another scene because it will be a lot simpler for us to see these lights. Okay, so I'm going to create sort of a wall here. And I'm just going to scale it so we can shine some light on it. Okay. Now scale for IES lights is very important, which is another reason I wanted to bring this up, because Maya by default generally opens in centimeters. So I'm going to make sure that I'm actually in centimeters for this first test. And now I'm going to create a spotlight and show you the problem when we just use a standard Maya light. So I'm up here, I've created our spotlight. Let's flip open my outliner, and I'm going to shine this at the wall. And what is going to happen is kind of what you would expect to happen. I am going to see this sort of spotlight. It's quite terrible, really. There's no variation in the light, there's not a lot at all. And in fact, to get us to the point where we were in the last tutorial, I'm just going to use the physical sun and sky, and then we can translate what we do here straight over to our other scene. Okay, I don't seem to have mental ray here. Why not? Oh, there we go. Maybe I was just going blind. Okay, so indirect light, let's just create a quick physical sun and sky. And as we know, this will put the lens shader in for us. Done, done, and done. And let's make this physical sun and sky sort of late afternoon, or late evening, should I say, so we can actually see the contribution from this IES light. And let's try this again. Okay, there's a spotlight, pretty much as you would expect, sort of very straight, very unrealistic. Now, if I wanted to make this an IES light, there's a couple of things that I can do. The simplest way is, instead of using a spotlight, I'll just use a point light. So we'll move this up and we'll move it away from our wall slightly. And I go down to mental ray, and under mental ray you'll see something called light profile. Now click it, you'll see the format is IES and a file name. Now what I've done is I've saved all these IES profiles in the data directory of this project. Now if you want to download your own IES profiles, you can use either one of these websites. You've got getlighting.com or Lithonia, and you can just download these IES lights, photometric lights, in bulk. Now there's also an IES viewer that you can get from downloadphotometricviewer.com. It's a piece of freeware, a great little tool. And here I am in the data directory of my Maya project, and if I open the, say, commercial downlighting folder, which again I just downloaded from here, commercial downlighting, and if I open that in our IES viewer, this will show us the profile of the light. This is the sort of light that's going to come out. Also shows the intensity and the scale of the light. So we're going to translate this to Maya now. So we'll go for commercial downlight in housings and this 6HF1 IES. Okay, so open up our Maya and commercial downlight in housing, and this was the first one. So let's take a look at what we have now. We've loaded in that mental ray light profile. Okay, as you can see, this is a much more believable downlight we have. Now you can of course increase the intensity of this by just increasing the intensity here. You'll notice your IES lights also come with fall off. So there you go, this is a light that's putting most of its light out the front, but you can start to see some light here if I exaggerate this quite a lot. You can see what's occurring. So this would be a downlighter that's allowing a little bit of uplight splashback, and it looks a lot more realistic than that cone we had from our spotlight. Now, depending on the light profile, will tell you what the shape is. So if we grab another one here, and actually that's opened in the wrong place, so, and we'll go with these downlights, and we'll go with the next one in the series, and we'll render this. So now we get a slightly different shape, a slightly different pattern. If I were to pick one from a completely different series, so let's go data, commercial downlighting, and pick one from this range. You can see here I've got a different pattern and I've got no uplighting whatsoever. Now, to ascertain which sort of light you want, you can of course use your photometric viewer here. But what you'll notice is I am changing the intensity of this point light by simply adjusting its intensity up here. Now, if I wanted to use just the photometric lighting data, so just the data from the IES file, there's an easier and better way to do this, which will allow mental ray to calculate the light in a much more physically accurate manner. So let's scroll down, and under light profile, let's just break the connection. And what we're going to do is add a custom mental ray light shader to this point light. So we're going to click here, and under mental ray lights, I'm going to use a MIA photometric light. Now you'll notice if I render now, okay, so we get absolutely nothing. And in fact, you won't ever get anything. What you need to do is, I'm just going to quickly do this and then I'll explain it in a second, and under profiles we're going to use one of those mental ray light profiles that we already used, or an IES light profile in fact. Okay, so let's try this. And now you're seeing what we're getting is this massively intense light. It's pointed the wrong way, but we'll sort that out in a second. And you're wondering why this is so intense. It's because our scene scale is in centimeters. And if we look under our photometric lights, our units to meter scale should now be 100. Okay, so this is why scale becomes so important. And now you've got this sort of intensely bright light. And it's because this sheet here is not the size of a wall. So if we were going to convert this scene and have it the size of a wall, it would sort of be, you know, this big. So once again I'll just move the light slightly away from this. Okay, so that's sort of what we'd expect to see on a brightly intense hotspot on a wall this size. But as you can see, the scale makes a huge difference when you're using a photometric light. And if we go back up and look at the photometric light shader itself, I will tell you why I used this intensity mode of 2 and the distribution mode of 2. You know, if I'd used a different intensity mode, say an intensity mode of 1, and hit render, what you'll see is just blackness. This is because an intensity mode of 1 uses this manual flux LM as its intensity. So let's put that up to 100. We might have to go slightly higher. No, in this case. So if you've got an intensity mode of 1, rather than using the intensity information from the mental ray light profile, you can now use a manual intensity mode. So if you want to keep this truly accurate to the IES profile, you should use an intensity mode of 1. If you want more control, 2, sorry, because 2 would just tell it to use this. Now an intensity mode of 0, again, you will render nothing here, because this now uses manual peak intensity CD instead of manual flux LM. So if I now change this, you'll now see some light. Okay, so 0 uses manual peak intensity CD, 1 uses manual flux LM depending on how you want to calculate your light, and 2 uses the light information from the profile. Okay, and distribution mode, well, this is slightly different to the intensity mode. This is where you want your light distribution to come from, which mode. So 0 would mean isotropic mode. So if we put this to 0, so the light intensity is controlled by this manual peak intensity, and render now, okay, you can see it acts just like a spotlight, an isotropic light. It's not using this light profile, because in order to use this light profile you need your distribution mode set to 2. So if we set our distribution mode to 1, this will go into what they call spotlight mode. And I mean, this is really only valid if you are using a spotlight. We're using a point light. So, and the bias is the fall off for the spotlight, but as we're not going to be using it during this tutorial, I'll leave you to play with that. So generally we're going to be using distribution mode 2 to get the light distribution from the light profile. We're going to be using an intensity mode of 2 normally, because we will just be wanting sort of these physically accurate lighting from the light profile. If however you find a shape that you really like and you don't like the intensity, you can of course go down and set the manual peak intensity yourself. So it gives you a little bit more control. It won't be accurate to the light profile, but that's not such a huge deal. Okay, as you can see, I can change the intensity with ease using this manual peak. Okay, now if I wanted to rotate my light, obviously I could just rotate the spotlight here, the point light that we're using, and I'll rotate it up like so. And there you go, it just rotates up. One thing I would say when you're using this sort of light setup is don't scale your light. So don't do this. And if we look in the channel box to see what the scale is, okay, because this can cause very strange, weird and wonderful artifacts see, completely changed how the light looks. So leave the scale at 1. Okay, and you don't have to use a point light. You can of course just come in and use a spotlight. Doesn't really matter unless you're using a distribution mode of 1, which would be spotlight, in which case you've got some control. But let's just go up and create a light, and let's create a spotlight. And again, I'm not going to scale it, and if I just look through this so I can point it, okay, let's point this spotlight upwards at this wall. Let's make sure we are going upwards. Yeah. Okie dokie. And back to our perspective view. Okay, we can now open the hypershade up. We can grab here our photometric light and we can just attach it to our spotlight. So under mental ray, light shaders, photometric light. Okay, and if we do a render now, we'll see that this creates the similar sort of photometric light shape pattern that we had before, and if we go in and set the intensity mode to 2, the intensity will then be controlled by the light profile. And there we go, that is the IES light within the confines of a spotlight. So that's two ways to do it. You do it with the spotlight, you do it with the point light. The spotlight will obviously give you a bit more control over the shape, and the point light will allow you to get the full proper shape of the IES data. Remember your units to meters scale. If you're working in centimeters, you will need to set that to 100. If you're working in meters, it will need to be set to 1. If you're working in feet and inches, you'll have to do the calculation yourself. Right, and we can change the color here as well. So obviously if I change this IES light to red, you'll see a red IES light. What I tend to work with is, for light color, is Kelvin temperatures, which I'll cover again in a while when we see you and we do this lighting for real. I just wanted to put us in a different scene here so we could take a look at this IES lighting data and this photometric light shader without having to render the scene a lot of times. So I'll be back in a moment when we'll go into Maya and set up these photometric lights on the outside of our house. I hope you've found something useful in that, and I shall see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we looked at some of the principles of photometric lighting within Maya, and in this part I want to put that into practice by beginning to light up the outside of our house here. Now I've got one that I lit up a little earlier, so we're going to do these lights on the outside and the lights in the inside, and finally get down to a scene that looks a little better than just this white box that we've had throughout. So in order to achieve that, we need to set up these outside lights first, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a spotlight. I'll be using the spotlights as the basis of my IES light, and what I need is just our focus. And remember, you will have some problems if you start to scale these lights, so I'm just going to move this into place, and what I'm going to do is just put it in front of this spotlight here. Oops. So get it lined up approximately in the right place. Okay, there we go, that's about right. Okay, obviously when you do this you can spend some more time getting it perfect, but for me this should be fine. Now at the moment, if I render this, I'm just going to get a small spotlight on the wall here, so I'm going to go back to mental ray as we did before, and under its light shader I'm going to load in a photometric light. So mental ray lights, MIA photometric. Okay, and we're going to set our intensity mode to 2 to make sure it uses the intensity from our light profile, and I'm also going to set the distribution mode to 2 to make sure it uses the light profile. So now I need to load in a light profile, and I have some stored here in the data directory. Actually I think they're in render data. Mental ray, yes, and I've already picked out one to use. I'm going to use under floods and spots TV 19730. You can obviously pick your own, which depending on the look you're going for. Okay, so let's make this scene a little darker. There we go, and I'm also going to turn the render quality down a little bit. So that's fine, and actually that's fine, and let's do a test render. So we've got our IES light in. Let's just grab that. We've got it set on the intensity mode 2, distribution mode 2, and we have the light profile. The units to meter scale is at 1 because I'm actually working in meters in this scene. So let's do a render and find out what that looks like. Okay, it's a little dim, and also it's pointing the wrong way. So let's grab our light here and rotate it, and I'll just make sure that goes to 90 in Z, and when we do this again we should see that it's now facing the right direction. Okay, as you can see, our light is still a little dim, but it's now going up the right way, because obviously we want the spotlight to project it onto the wall, not onto the pavement. It's got a nice little backlit bit here, but it's still not quite bright enough. So I'm going to go in here and tweak its multiplier. Now, doing this, of course, won't make it accurate to the IES profile, but I don't need complete accuracy, so I want it a little brighter. So I'm going to turn up the multiplier. Okay, there we go. So with the multiplier up, you can see we're putting a lot more light into the scene, maybe too much light, and I might try and tweak this downwards a little bit. You have to be careful, because if you hit the floor with this, you'll get some nasty rendering artifacts. So if you start to see splotches on your render, you've got your IES light too close to another piece of geometry. Can be a problem sometimes. Okay, and as you can see, I start to get these final gather artifacts. Now, a lot of these will go away when we turn the quality up, but for right now, I'm just going to move that light up again a smidgen, and that should about do it. Now, I'm going to duplicate these lights, so you'll be glad to know that we're not going to be creating a ton of these things, just one or two, and then duplicating them across with their networks intact. Now, this is looking fine. I don't think I'm going to get... I still have a few, so I'm going to go up a little bit more. Okay, you might need to tweak that a bit yourself. But now I've done one, I obviously want to duplicate it across, but before I do that I want to look at the colour. Now I could just change the colour here, but I prefer to use a Kelvin colour temperature scale, and if you haven't used one of these before, they're actually quite simple. I'll just show you an image of one online so you can understand what I'm getting on. Okay, so this is a Kelvin temperature scale. This is the temperature and this is the light it will put out. So as you can see, if you're around 3000 Kelvin, you're on a warm fluorescent lamp, and if you're at 500, you have 5000, a pure white light. So this is just another way of doing light color. So if we go back to Maya, and let's say, I can do the color this way, but I prefer the Kelvin scale. So if I go down to mental ray lights and use MIB black body, this will allow me to specify the light color in temperature. So if we look at our scale, I want quite a warm light, so I'm going to go for about 3500. So, and I wanted to put this temperature scale in now, so when I duplicate this light I don't have to do this again. So let's take a quick render and see what we look like with this Kelvin temperature of 3500. Okay, that's looking like a much warmer, sort of brighter light, which is what I was going for. I'm going to just move the spotlight up a bit because I'm still seeing a few of those artifacts. So there we go, that should finally eliminate that problem. And I'm not sure if the intensity of this is bright enough. It's quite difficult for us to see because we're not going to be rendering our house in the dark, or at least for this particular shot I'm not. So I'm going to take our sun here and just move it down to sort of late evening. I'm going to try and match it up with the sun position on the backing plate. We can get this a bit more perfect later on, but let's just have a look what it looks like when there's some ambient light in the scene. Okay, now we've got this ambient light in the scene. This is definitely not quite as punchy as I would like. So I'm going to go back into the spotlight node under photometric light. I'm going to take this black body color and increase its intensity by 2, and now that should give me the extra punch I'm looking for. So let's just save this one and render out this small square, and you should see it's gone a bit. Yep, there we go, can see it already. So there's what we had and there's what we have now by increasing the intensity on our Kelvin temperature scale by 2. Okay, that just increases the intensity of the light. It doesn't make the Kelvin temperature 7000. By the way, 7000 would be blue, almost bright sunlight, which we can see here on our chart. It's really daylight fluorescent lamp territory. Okay, so now we've got this one light in, it's time to duplicate it across and get all the others in. But before I do that, I just want to turn the primary visibility back onto our sky here. So just go into its render stats and tick primary visibility. Okay, so we now have this spotlight, and before we do anything with it, I'm going to rename it. I'm going to call it Oh, whoops. Okay, helps if you're call that outside spotlight, so when I put my spotlights inside I'll know what's going on. And if I just duplicated this now, I'll show you what happens. If I just hit Control D to duplicate and then move this other one out the way, take a look here, you'll see that it doesn't have a light shader on it, which is a bit of a problem, because then I'd have to go back in and put a photometric light and then a black body on each individual one, so that's no good. What we need to do is go up to Edit Duplicate Special, and if I open the options box for Duplicate Special, I want to duplicate its input graph. So when I click Duplicate Special, you'll see that it's created a new photometric light and a new black body shader to go along with this spotlight here. Okay, and actually I renamed the wrong part of the spotlight, my mistake, so let's just call this spotlight outside before I duplicate it, and now duplicate special. Okay, once you've done this once, this will be your default setting, so you don't need to keep opening the option box. Okay, let's get this light in place here. And the nice thing is, because I've already got it to the right height, I should just be able to get it about like so. And now if we have a look, we'll see that we have two of these, both throwing up the IES light profile with a correct color temperature. Okay, and there we go. I've got two spotlights in, so I'm just going to quickly go in and duplicate these IES lights and put them in for the other spots. So if I'm doing one on the side here, I simply move it, as you would imagine. And that should do it. I will actually show you what this does. Okay, and the reason I decided to show you this one was simple, because you're not seeing what you expect. That's because we need to rotate our IES light because it's moved in direction. That's quite important. I'm not actually going to stop and show you each one of these, so don't worry, we won't be here for a week. And let's just go for this, and you're going to need to rotate it towards the wall, so 90. Okay, and now you will see what you would expect to see. The pattern will be the same as these. Okay, there's a re-render, and as you can see, the pattern is the same as these ones. So once we've got that rotated, we're absolutely fine. And the same goes for this one in the corner. You're going to need to rotate it to face the corner, and these ones, well, I think you get the general idea. So I'm just going to duplicate the rest of these. I will pause while I do that, because I'm not going to do anything terribly clever. I'm just going to simply duplicate and drag them all out. Okay, so all I actually did was simply duplicate all my lights across and move them into position. You can see here we now have spotlights 1 to 7. So that's basically the outside of our house lit. What I want to do now is light the inside and the outside of the doorway. Now I'm going to show you how I did the outside of the doorway, simply because, well, easier to show you than to try and explain. So I'll grab this light, and again I'll just duplicate special, and I'm going to move this up to the top of the doorway here. Okay, so I want that sort of in the middle there. There we go. Where you would expect a light, so you know you can get your keys in the door and whatnot. Now if I render this, you're going to see something that I think you'll find quite odd. It's a light without a visible light source, and especially because you can see the top of the door, you would expect to see some form of visible light source. Okay, and as you can see, we've got a bit of a disaster here, and I've just realized I've actually left my IES light pointing up, and obviously we want it to point down, so I'll just have to go back in and tweak that. Let's go into the channel box here, and what we've got is, how far? We're just going to rotate that 180 in Y actually. So we just rotate this 180 in Y, and let's do a re-render, and that should have worked. Okay, and we now see we've got our light coming downwards from the doorway here. Now the problem I have with this, if we look at our shot that we bookmarked earlier, I can see underneath this door, which means I should be able to see a light up here. So we're going to need to create one ourselves. Now I'm going to do this very simply. I'm just going to create some simple polygon geometry. So first I'm going to create a simple tube. That might be a little large. So let's get this by the doorway here and just make it a little thinner. Actually, I think I can probably go with a 0.1 and scale this to a more reasonable size. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a quick cheaty light fitting, and then I'm going to put a glowing light in it. So let's get that up there to where it should be. And again, because I'm on camera, I'm just going to make a very, very quick light fitting, sort of in the approximately the right place. Okay, that should do. Let's get it underneath our light. Okay, and now I'm going to make, this is the surround for the light. Now I'm going to make the actual light itself. Okay, and I'm just going to fit that inside our tube, and then in a sec I'm going to make it glow. Okay, for our intents and purposes, good enough. Now let's move this up. Now because this is going to be glowing, it's important your geometry doesn't stick out the other side of your roof there, and let's pop that in like so. Now I'm just going to assign an existing material to this, and I'm going to use our large door, which will give it the same sort of metallic look that our garage door has. There it is. And for this I'm going to assign a new material, and once again I shall be using the Maya architectural material, and I'm just going to call this light. Sorry. Now I'm going to leave the colour the same. I'm going to leave everything the same on this material. I can put the colour to white. It's really not going to matter, because we're going to go down here and under advanced we're going to go additional colour, click here, and under mental ray textures, so there, we're going to add a light surface. Now this allows us to add a glowing light and also a light that sort of contributes to final gather. So this will allow us to emit a bright light surface from a piece of geometry. Now I'm going to want it pretty intense. I'm going to want some final gather contribution, and the rest can stay the same. So if I do a quick test render of this now, you'll see, and I'm also just going to assign the house material to this, so rendered walls, okay, and to this bottom step too. So that's all the same colour as the house. Okay, now what we should see is a downward photometric light, but also a source for that photometric light. So let's just take a render of that. Okay, so now I can see the illumination here around the doorway, but I can also see a source for that illumination. So I've got these as the source for this illumination, and this is the source for this. Now because it's facing the camera, I'll put some glow on it in post. And when we get back to our shot position, you're going to be able to see that under there, so this lighting will then make sense. Now there's a couple of more things I want to do. I want to just create some metallic window frames here. So I'm going to select all of my window frames and assign the large door material to them. Now obviously you could spend some extra time on this to tweak these materials, but for my shot angle, this is going to be so far away that the large door sort of semi-gloss dark metallic material that I've already made will be just fine. So let's just come in here and grab all of these windows, last one here. Okay, let's make sure we got them all. That looks like it. So now we've got all our outside lights done. There is one other thing I wanted to do. If we look at our render view here, we've got a plate for a house number. So I think I'll just create a house number, and for those of you that have never done this, you can just go to create, text, open it up, and I go for number 42. Now I'm going to triangulate the geometry. It doesn't really matter, just hit create and you'll see here that we have created, I have to make them a bit some numbers. Now they are flat at the moment, so I'm going to extrude them out. I'm just going to hit extrude and pull them out. There we go, there's one. And the same thing. Oops, I have to clear the first extrude first. Let's go back to object mode. And for those of you not familiar with the hot boxes, just press space to get it up. It's a great shortcut rather than using the menus. And I'm going to pull this one out to about the same thickness. There we go. No need to be too precise. There we go. Sorry about that. Now let's get these on our door plate. And there should be a material group for them. Just center the pivot. They're obviously a bit oversized. Right, still a tad oversized. There we go. Want them nice and big. And let's just make sure we pull them out a bit. A quite very simple way to make some easy recessed numbers for our doorway there. And I'm also going to assign the house material to the backing plate for our numbers, and I'm just going to shift select these and assign a new material to them, which once again I'll be using an architectural material. And there is actually a preset for copper, so I think we'll have some nice copper plate letters. And I think I'll come down here and also make this door handle copper. So I'm just shift selecting the various different bits, and before we forget, let's go into our hypershade and rename some of these materials that we've left out. Okay, so let's just rename this to copper, and this material was, let's find out what this was. Okay, that material doesn't seem to be in use, so we'll come back and clean that up later. But that's basically the exterior lighting for our house done. Now I'm going to take a render from our selected viewpoint, and this is just the one I thought was quite a nice viewpoint. It gives us a view of the house and some background swimming pool and the main overall illumination. So I will just render and I'll see you in a sec. Okay, there we go. That's most of our exterior illumination is done. Our render is quite low quality, so we'll need to up that at the end. But you can see a visible light source here. You can see the lights. You can see all of your light sources here. You might want to spend some time picking out a better photometric light profile, but I'll leave that to you. In the next part, we're going to include some interior lighting. We're also going to look at finishing off some of these unfinished textures, tweaking our already in place textures and getting this generally more integrated with the background, a more realistic grass. Now, because at the moment you can see we've got the reflection here from our lights, but it might be a little too heavy, so we're going to come back in, tweak some materials, add some new ones, and finally get this thing into shape. So I hope you found this part useful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. In the last part we left off here with the majority of our exterior illumination done. We were going to tweak some of these textures. Now, before I dive into anything else, this is too reflective, our cobblestones here and here, so I'm just going to tweak those a little bit. So go to the material attributes and up to our driveway texture, and the reflectivity maybe 0.2, and the same for our cobblestones here. The reflectivity maybe 0.2. Okay, so I just wanted to tweak that while I remembered. And these cobblestones, I think they're a little large, so if we go into the hypershade and we grab our cobblestone material and graph it, if we look at the place 2D texture node here, let's turn it up to 6 and 6 to repeat the pattern 6 times instead of 4, and you'll notice that both our displacement map and our color map change because we have them on this one place 2D texture node. So I think those smaller cobbles are going to be a little nicer. Now we've got a lot of this grey sort of material hanging around the place, which I'm not terribly enthusiastic about. So let's create a new texture for that. So assign new material, mere material X, and I'm just going to give it a color map. So I've got a tileable concrete texture here. So it's just a light concrete, as you can see. So and you can see if we zoom in on this, this hasn't been UV'd, so I'm just going to create UV's auto map, and that will be just fine. It's a little large, so I'm going to do a cheat. I'm just going to go into the UV texture editor and select UVs and scale these up. Now let's zoom in here so we can have a look, and I'm just going to scale them till I get them about where I want. I mean, you could spend a lot of time laying these UVs out properly, but no one's ever going to notice. It's a very small part of the scene, and it's good enough. Okay, you'll remember we're also going to need to gamma correct this texture. So let's go back to object mode, back into the hypershade. Let's find the texture we just created. There it is. So I'm going to call it just con outside. Okay, and the gamma correction, where did it go? There we go. So graph it. Let's merge these connections back again. Okay, there we go. Break the connection between the file texture and the shader. Go up to your utilities. This should be pretty simple for you guys now. Drag the texture into value and the gamma correction node into color. Now I'm going to cheat again here because this is quite light, and I would quite like it a bit darker. So instead of setting the gamma to 454, I'm just going to set the gamma to 3, and that will make 0.3, and that will make this a bit darker than it actually should be, which is another good reason to use one of these gamma nodes, is you can actually cheat and make things slightly darker than they ought to be. So I'm going to probably have to UV map all of these, so let's do that now. Create UVs, automatic mapping, and that should be fine. So assign existing material, and we're going to want our outside concrete, or con outside as we call it, and you can see that's too large, so I'm just going to cheat again and scale up the UVs in the UV texture editor. Okay, good enough. And I do have another one over here, so let's do this one as well. Let's assign existing material, con outside, and again no UVs on this, so let's auto map. Whoops, making sure you're on object mode. Okay, and then just go into the UV texture editor, and once again cheat and scale up your UVs. There we go. Okay, so I'm also going to add this texture around these bits on the house. Let's grab all of those. I'm going to add it to the roof because I think a contrasting dark roof would look pretty cool. So con outside, and once again I will need to go in and auto map and scale up the UVs. In fact, I'm going to do that off camera. I'll just pause and I'll just do exactly what I have been doing. Okay, so I've just gone ahead and quickly auto mapped these and scaled them up a bit. So I did the two roofs here, these concrete textures here, these here. So easy enough to do on your own, and I'm going to assign the house material to this rendered walls. Okay, so now we want to get some lights inside, and this is actually quite simple. We're just going to basically do what we did for the outside lights. We might have to tweak them a little bit in terms of how bright they are. So I want to find this outside light here. Okay. And when we actually did this, I misduplicated one. So let's fix that right now. I didn't actually see that on the render, so I'm just going to take this one, edit, duplicate special, and obviously do what we did before. Quite sure how I missed that, but there is quite a few lights in this scene. Okay, and that should be about right. Okay, now to get some lights on the inside, I'm going to just again duplicate special and move this one inside. Now I want one against this wall, so let's focus the camera here, and it might be easier if we just simply hid the walls of the house. So Control H to hide your house walls. Grab our light here, move it over here, so we want a light pattern that shines sort of down, not too close to the wall. Okay, that should be fine. And I'm going to grab one of these and duplicate special, and just sort of move that up into this corner. Now, because we have no furniture in this house, it's gonna look a little strange. If we look at our render view, at the moment you can't see into the house, but once you can, it might look a little weird that it's completely empty. So in another part, either the next part or the part after, I'm going to show you how to make some quick curtains with end cloth. So okay, let's see our lights here. They look about right to me, maybe a little close to the wall. And just to make sure, we'll do a quick test render. Okay, and I think you'll immediately know what's happened. I've left my lights pointing upwards instead of downwards. So once again, grab your lights, channel box, and just rotate them 180 and Y. This will just turn them the other way around, of course. Okay, hopefully I'm making these mistakes. You don't have to, and once again, okay, I'm noticing a couple of things. I need to change the placement because I want these hot spots more visible in the window. I also need to brighten them up, and we've also left the reflectivity of our newly created concrete material way too high. So let's change the concrete first. So let's go to its material attributes, and I left it on the default, so I'm going to just put this at 0.1 and 0.1. I'm also going to take this glossy metal material, because I did notice in this render as well that it started to become a bit grainy, and I can correct this by increasing the samples under the glossy samples. So I'm going to increase that to 16. This will increase your render time quite a lot, so don't go putting in 128 or 256 unless you really need to. So that's that, and let's change our light positions. So once again, let's hide our house. Let's go up and find our inside lights, and this one needed to come more this way, and this one needed to come more this way, and I'm also under their photometric light nodes. I'm going to increase the multiplier by 15 for both of them. Okay, let's bring the walls of our house back. So Shift H to bring them back, and that should get us to a fairly decent inside light upstairs. Now, because we know that, I'm going to just go for it and duplicate those lights and then move them into the room downstairs. Should be about there, I think. Okay, and once again, quick render. Okay, that's looking a lot better, but I'd like the light inside to be slightly bluer, and also I didn't drag these ones further enough this way. Now this is quite shot dependent. Obviously, if I was to change the angle and look front on, we would then see a different light pattern. So again, you have to use some artistic license with this. I think the lights would look better in the center of the room, but you know, hopefully this tutorial will show you how to light up pretty much any exterior, not just this particular one. So let's grab our light from over here, that's the right light, and move it this way a little bit, and do the same with this one, this way a little bit. Okay, so to get these a little bluer, I'm going to change the Kelvin temperature on them. So I'm going to go from 3.5 just to 3.6. I just want them to be subtly different from the outside lights. Again, it's just a personal choice. Okay, and I also want to put a light in this bedroom. So to do that, I am just going to duplicate the one that's here. And move it into the bedroom. I'm going to sort of move it about here. That should be good enough. I might leave the light off here, and off in the hallway. I don't think everyone would have every single light in their house on. Now, the other thing we need to look at is this grass. It's very flat. There is a volume 2 to this tutorial, so you bought them together. There will be a section in volume 2 covering creating grass with mental ray using paint effects and mental ray proxies, but for right now I just want to get something that's a little bit more realistic than this flat plane. So I'm just going to graph its material in the hypershade. Let's just find our grass and graph it. And I'm going to use a displacement on this to make it look a little more like grass. So if we select its shading group under displacement material, we'll want to create a fractal pattern. Okay, there's my displacement shader. Now the scale is probably going to be too big, and I'm not going to use this texture map because this fractal pattern is going to have to be repeated an awful lot of times in order for us to create grass. So if I were to render with this right now, we've got no subdiv approximation on this. It's just not going to look good. So first things first, let's repeat this texture quite many times. Let's start at 30. Okay, so what I want is a really, really small, fine displacement map. The displacement is very probably going to be too high, but we'll have a look at that in a moment. And I'm going to add to this a mental ray displacement approximation. So under rendering editors, mental ray approximation editor, I'm going to create a displacement approximation, and I'm just going to set that to fine view low quality for now. I'm also going to have to create one for this geometry because it has the same grass texture on it. So hit create, and once again fine view low quality. Okay, let's have a render and take a look and see what our grass is now looking like, because before it was just completely flat and quite unrealistic. Okay, you can see here we're a lot more grass-like than we were from this completely sort of, this one with the displacement too high, and then this one completely flat. This one is looking a lot better already. The only problem is the displacement's actually raised the geometry up, so it started to come through here. Now I could lower the displacement and that will push it back down again, or I could simply grab the geometry and shove it down a bit. So let's shove the geometry down a bit, and also I do think that displacement was too high, so I'm going to drop the displacement down to say 0.7. 0.7. Okay, and I'm also wanting to add a bump map to this just to give it that little extra touch. So if we open up the hypershade and go to our mere material, you'll see under the shader the space for bump, of course. Now I'm going to put an overall bump in, and I'm going to use a file texture, and I actually did create one earlier in Photoshop called grass bump, and all I've done is turned this black and white and just adjusted the levels a little bit. So let's put that grass bump on there, and let's actually connect that grass bump to the same one we use for the file texture. So now this grass bump will be repeated the same number of times as the file texture. So that will keep it all in alignment, and we should get something that looks pretty good. Now go under the bump node, going to want to push the bump to say 0.1, and let's make sure that this also goes down a notch, because the displacement on this one will also make it stick up a little bit. And we'll go back to our shot, and we'll take a render of the full thing all together. Okay, and even with a low quality render, we've got something that looks a hell of a lot more like grass than we started with. This is no longer flat. You can actually see here that we have some tufts of grass sticking up. Now for me, I would personally tweak the fractal map that we're using a little bit, and I would also go in and do a few more, maybe even up to 45 and 45 to get slightly more sort of jaggedy edges. You might want to put the displacement map up a little bit also, so go to the displacement map, and I might put that up to 0.8, slightly higher. And this light in the back room here needs to be made a bit brighter, so we can select our back room light and just go in and change its multiplier to maybe as high as 20. What we need to do in the next part is also, before I do this, our swimming pool lights seem to be a bit dim, so let's go up and find our pool lights and turn the intensity up to 10 and 10, because I'd like to actually see that swimming pool start to come alive a bit more. And in the next part we'll look at finishing off the textures. A few tweaks. We need to texture our umbrella up here. We need to blend this into the background, so we'll get rid of these walls, so we can do a blend, a fade in with the geometry that's in the background, or with the image that's in the background, should I say. Because if I hide these walls and we grab this and pull it up a bit, you can see, and maybe not in the viewport, let me just reset its rotations back to 0. Okay, you can see, not in this image, but there's some background over here. The viewport doesn't make it very clear, and we may change this, but I want this to look like one continuous image, so we don't need these walls. And after we change the illumination of our swimming pool, it looks quite a bit better. So as I say, in the next part we shall be looking at finishing all the material tweaks, finishing the lighting, and getting ready to start blending the background and the foreground together. So I hope you found something useful in this part, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off here. A few things we need to sort out. This backroom light, the fact that these chairs seem to be semi-translucent, I've just noticed. We also have the opportunity here to do something a bit colourful with our umbrella, and we want to get rid of these walls and find a suitable background and shot angle for our sun. So this actually shouldn't take too long at all. First of all, grab our inside light, which would be the one that's in the back room here. So it's this one, and we're going to increase the multiplication to 35, bring it down slightly, and possibly a bit closer towards the wall. That might be a bit high. So we'll have a look what that looks like when we do our test render. The other thing I wanted to do is graph our background sphere in the hypershade. So just grab its shading group and graph it. And we're using this file. I'm actually going to use a different one. I've got this HDR image which I'm going to use as a backing shot. You can obviously pick your own depending on light conditions, time of day, and if you don't want to use a photographic backing shot, you can of course feel free to do the fake clouds by mapping them onto the physical sky haze parameter that we did before. So if I drop into my viewport now, you should be able to see my backing plate, and you can see I've got some things off here in the distance. So if we get to our designated camera view, I can now sort of move this around to find the perfect location to have it lead off. This floor pane here, I'm going to turn off its primary visibility as we're not really using it, and this will allow me to integrate these two things in post. So as our grass here is a bit browner in Photoshop, I would just sort of knock out this a little bit with an eraser brush and then merge it together with the background. I'll show you how to do that in another part. So now we've got our backing shot, and we can obviously rotate that to get the perfect sunlight for us. So we've got the sunlight coming from over there, so we'd move our sunlight slightly this way. That should be about the right time of day for it, and I will give that a render in a sec, but first I just want to move on to this umbrella. So I'm going to grab all of its knickknacks here on its umbrella stand. Whoops. Okay, that's actually all part of the same material, that's fine. And I'm just going to assign, come on, there we go, the large door material, which you'll remember is our semi-reflective darker material, so large door. Okay, so that gets those on there, and also while I'm here I'm going to take these railings and also assign the large door material to those. Now if you want, you can of course take the time to design a different material for each aspect of this. I don't want to spend too much time on that, however, as I'm going to be rendering from quite a way away. Okay, now this umbrella, I've already UV mapped it, so I'm going to apply a stripy texture to it. So I'm going to assign a new material. I'm going to use a mere material X again, and I'm going to assign a 2D procedural texture, and I'm going to assign a grid. Okay, so that's not looking too hot at the moment, but what I am going to do is turn off the V width altogether, and then the U width I'm going to leave quite small, say about that thickness. And now I'm going to play with this repeating pattern on the UV, so I'm going to have to go up to say 30, and as we don't have a V, that's not going to make any difference, so let's try 40. Okay, so that's pretty stripy. Hypershade, let's get a look at this material. Okay, graph it, and just call it, I think I will just call this UMB. Still can't get used to my new keyboard layout, please excuse me. Okay, let's look at this grid texture again and make those grid lines slightly fatter. Okay, maybe we have this texture repeated a little too often. So let's bring up its place 2D texture node and maybe put that down to 20 and 20. Again, this one isn't really important, but I'll keep it the same just for the sake of expediency. Okay, and there we have our stripy umbrella. Now let's just change the colors. I want a nice dark green color, I think, and a sort of yellowy beige. There we go, maybe that dark green is about right. Right, now we need to make this translucent because it's a thin sort of umbrella material. So once again, reflectivity, we don't really want any, maybe a tiny touch, so 0.05, give the material a slight shine. I want to go down to transparency and make it semi-transparent, And then of course I'm going to want some translucency, so I'm going to put the translucency weight all the way up to 1, and I want the same translucency as this texture. So I'm going to create another grid texture, so under 2D textures, grid, and I'm going to give it the same values as this one. So this one was and 0, and I'm going to hook it up to the same place 2D texture node. So middle mouse drag and hit default. Okay, and now I want the same colors but lighter. So there's the dark green we used, and there's the yellow we used, and I'm just going to lighten these up a bit so we get some translucency colors. Okay, so that is basically our umbrella material design. We've got a translucent umbrella with a translucency, quick generated translucency map, quick generated color map using these grid textures. And we've also done our railings. Now the other thing is, when we render this with a backing plate in, I actually want a way to connect this to this grass over here. So what I'm going to do is quite simply move this little barrier that we made down a bit, and let's center its pivot. Just get it here. And I want to just take the, I want to just take the edge of this. I'm not really too concerned about the geometry on this plane, and just stretch it straight across where our swimming pool would be. Okay, I'll obviously have to just auto map this for the UV. So let's go to edit UVs and create an automatic map. So we want create UVs, sorry, automatic map. Now let's see if that's sort of the same size as this. Yes, perfect. Okay, so there's that one, and we're also going to duplicate this. So I'm going to duplicate special, and then I'm going to move this one over here. Okay, and that should be fine. And what that will do is that will allow me to connect with my backing plate a little bit more. So if I do a render and show you what I mean, let's go back to our designated camera view, and remember we should now have this nice stripy umbrella. Our light in here should be brighter, our grass should look quite grass-like, and we should be able to connect the foreground and the background together. So let's do a quick render and see if we have achieved all of those things. Okay, well, we've got a couple of issues that have popped up straight away. Our grass over here is actually bisecting our swimming pool, which is easy to sort out, and our umbrella here is most dull and not at all impressive. So let's go and work out why. So we seem to have everything here. Let's just graph it. And I know why. I made the second grid texture. So I made this second grid, and I actually forgot to hook it up to the translucency color. So we made a translucency map and then forgot to use it. So that should fix that particular problem. Now let's go and see if we can find our bisecting grass here. Okay, for some reason it doesn't want to let me select it. And let me look at this render. And I wonder where that is coming from. So, easy way to work this out is to do a render from a slightly different angle, because we shouldn't really be seeing anything there. So let's just take a quick render from here and see if we can't sort this out. Okay, I've actually worked out what the problem was. It wasn't bisecting grass. I've just remembered that our swimming pool is actually connected to our ground plane here, and we turned the primary visibility off our ground plane. So what I've done is simply gone in, selected all the faces of the swimming pool here and extracted them. So now we have separate geometry for the base of the swimming pool and the ground plane. And if you don't know how to do this, it's quite simple. You just select the faces that you want. So in this case, all of the faces of the swimming pool, and go to Mesh Extract, and that will take them away from this geometry. In the file I give you, I will have done it for you, so you won't need to worry about it. But that was the problem, not bisecting geometry. Simply, we turn the visibility of this plane off. Okay, and I moved the top of the swimming pool here, so I'm just going to move it back. And let's go back to our camera view and just do a quick re-render. And you should see that we no longer have that problem with a black line around the swimming pool. Okay, as you can see, that fixed our black line problem. So that was simply due to the fact that the swimming pool geometry was actually modeled from this plane, and when we turned its visibility off, obviously it all went a bit wrong. So looking at this render now, I think one last thing I'd like to do for material tweaks is, I think the surround on this pool is a little blue, so I'm actually just going to take the surround geometry and I'm going to move it up a bit to accentuate it a little bit more, and then I'm going to assign our house color to it, so our rendered wall color, and this will give me a pool that's not quite, it's a little more differentiated from the ground. Now, as you can see here, now we've got rid of those walls, our grass here is starting to blend into the background, and the same with our grass here. In the next part, I'm going to actually show you how to make the curtains for the windows, so we're not looking into an empty building. And in the final part, we'll look at better quality ways of rendering this and rendering out a separate background pass, so we can actually blur these two, or gradiate these two together so it looks all part of one photo. Okay, thank you for watching, and I hope you found something useful, and I'll see you again in a moment. Hi, welcome back. Here's where we finished off in the last part. In this part, I'd like to take a while to show you how to create some quite simple end cloth curtains, because I'd like to put something in these windows. So I'm starting with a new scene. I'm just going to create a polygon plane that I'm going to scale up a little bit, and I'm just going to rotate this plane so it's facing us, just 90 and X. Okay, and what I want to do is use end cloth to create the curtain, but I actually want to give it a bit of a head start, so I'm going to use a non-linear deformer, and for that I'm going to need more width subdivisions, because we're going to be dragging the curtain across this way. So just go up to create deformers and non-linear sign. Now you'll notice our deformer here is pointing the wrong way, so I'm going to get that deformer into line with this, so minus 90 will do, and that should work. Let's just tweak our deformer. So you're going to attribute editor, get the sine 1 here and put the amplitude to 0.2, okay, and the wavelength to 0.2. We'll try that one first. Okay, and as you can see, you can probably tell what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get that crinkle sort of curtain pattern. If I actually smooth that, you'll see that's halfway there. This just allows us to have the end cloth do less work, and this wavelength is a bit too high, I think. Amplitude. Okay, so that's looking okay. Let's get a wavelength of 0.2 maybe. Yep, so as you can see, we've already got what looks like a sort of scrunched up curtain fairly quickly just with that deformer. Now what I want to do is introduce some end cloth. So go up to end mesh and create end cloth, and if we look in our outliner, you'll see we've actually assigned a nucleus and created an end cloth object. Now if I just play this as a simulation, you'll just see it drop straight down. So we need to conform it in one place, and I'm not going to cover end cloth in depth. I'm just going to give myself more frames to work with, and like I said, I'm not going to cover the end cloth in depth because it's a very large topic. I just want to show you one thing you can do quite quickly, which is create these curtains for our windows. So just select these vertices along the top here, and I'm going to use these vertices to constrain this curtain so it won't just drop to the floor. Okay, so go to End Constraint, and I'm going to put in a transform constraint. Okay, and you can see the constraint here, you can also see the constraint here, and now if I play, you'll see my curtain actually doesn't fall towards the floor because it's constrained at the top here. So what we need to do is, I don't want the curtain fully closed, I'd like it to be swept backwards a little bit. So if we just put in a piece of geometry here and move this along, I'm going to just tweak this. I'm going to use this to sort of hold the curtain back. So flip into your foreview. Okay, go to faces and just cut it in half. There we go. And this is going to be my curtain pusher, if you like. It'll make sense in a second. And now I'm just going to duplicate this because I'm going to need a couple of curtain pushers. Okay, so we want to make these under end mesh. You want to make these passive colliders. And these will now be able to collide with our end cloth. So if we do something simple, if we go up to the end cloth menu here and press this interactive playback, if we then grab this, as we move it towards our curtain, you can see here that I can use these handles to manipulate the curtain itself. Now we've got a very low resolution end cloth here at the moment, so as you can see it's a bit jumbly, and this is down to a couple of things. It's probably not got enough geometry, and the simulation is not of high enough quality. So let's deal with the simulation first. Let's pop open the outliner and go to nucleus, and under the nucleus you will see solver attributes, put the substeps to 16 and the collision iterations to 8. Now the more of these that you have, the longer it's actually going to take to calculate, but with this relatively simple end cloth we should be fine. So let's see what this looks like when we do this again. That's a lot smoother now, and it's not quite so wrinkly, but this end cloth material is a little rigid. So let's work on the actual cloth itself. So if we come here and you go into the cloth properties, what you want to look for is under quality settings. Let me just check that. That seems fine. Under dynamic properties, we've got a stretch resistance, bend resistance, and all these will affect how this cloth works. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the silk preset, and you can see it changed all of these things. I'm going to, let's just run this in interactive playback, but I'm probably going to need to take the stretch resistance down a bit. So you can see now we're getting quite a bit smoother, and the reason I bought 2 of these handles was just so I could, you know, make small tweaks to this curtain material. And we're still not quite there, so I'm actually going to smooth this, adding more geometry to it. So I'm just going to do a mesh smooth. Okay, there we go. Now this will take a little longer to calculate. Whoops. Sometimes when you hit the interactive playback, if you haven't rewound properly, it will go a little haywire. It's nothing to be too concerned about, you just need to. Aha, now, there we go, we're getting a much nicer bend now. And sort of move this down, and that, to me, looks almost like our curtain shape taking off. It's still a little bendy. So let's go in and change the cloth and change the stretch resistance to 40 and the compression resistance to 5. And let's try this once again. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, I quite like that for semi-open curtain. It's not bad. If I add even more geometry, which will take then quite a while to calculate compared to before, but as I've said, you know, we're not doing a hugely complicated cloth simulation here, so if I can just find that. Nope. let's have a look in the hypershade. I'm just looking for that smooth node, so just graph, and I should find a poly smooth face. There we go. Turn its division levels up to 2. Okay, you can see our frame rate has slowed right down, but that should be okay. Let's just move this back, and then use this bottom one to sort of move this one back. Okay, now we've got a better smoothing, and I think with that curtain chopped off there at our window, that'll be pretty good. And having these handles allows me to do, you know, numerous small tweaks. So now I can pull this one out a bit and really get the shape of curtain I'm after. I could even push it down if I wanted a, you know, a longer or a more gentle bend. Pull this one out at the bottom a bit and get the sort of curtain shape that's right for you. Okay, I think that will actually do me for a simple curtain. So now we need to take this and convert it to a polygon instead of an end cloth. Now what I'm going to do is just delete by type history, and then I know I'm not going to need any of these dynamic constraints anymore, so I can delete those. But you'll see here we've got the original plane, which is no good. We just wanted the curtain. Now to get rid of the original plane, you have to go up to here and make sure you're displaying shapes. Under the plane 1, you'll see the plane shape and the output cloth. Simply delete the output, simply delete the plane shape, leaving the output cloth, and you're left with this cloth here. Now I'm going to go ahead and take some extra time and, you know, move these backwards and forwards and get a shape that I like more. But this is basically how you can do a very fast curtain material to go in any window for any of your exterior scenes. So I will see you in the next part when we will import this into our old scene and get a material for it, a nice translucent material. We will also take a look at working with the tone mapper and how to do this without having to re-render every time. And finally we will look at blending this into this, and that should just about do us. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we quickly made this end cloth curtain. I just tweaked mine a little bit to get a shape that I wanted. So I'm going to export this into its own file. So I'm export selection and ext scenes. I'm just going to call this cloth. And now we need to import it back into the scene that we have been working on. Okay, and I see here I've got an error when I import this scene. This seems to be Maya 2014 specific, but I can fix it by going into settings, preferences, settings, changing this to inches, and then back to meters. Not sure why it decides to do it. It doesn't seem to do it in another version of Maya, but there we go. Okay, let's import our cloth object. Okay, and it should come in down here under cloth, cloth plane, and that might be a tad too small. Let's just size that up. And remember, this is now just a straight poly object, so we can resize it in any way that we see fit. Just rotate that 90, and let's get this at one of our windows. There we go. And now I can start sculpting this geometry to get something at the window there that I like. So that doesn't look fantastic, so let's scale it a bit this way. Okay, that looks pretty good. A little bit more, and maybe it's a little, there we go. Okay, that looks pretty curtain-like. Obviously you can then go back, play with your end cloth settings. You can pretty much do whatever you like. It's just a very quick, simple way of making curtains that work pretty well in a lot of circumstances. So and I would say that looks like a pretty convincing curtain. Maybe I've gone a bit mad on the rotation there. Okay, that I think will do it. Let's just move it a bit closer. Let's just move it a bit closer. I mean, this is the benefit of converting your nCloth object to polygons. You can then start manipulating it again. Okay, I'm going to design a material for this now, so let's go to assign new material, and once again it's going to be a Maya Material X. I use pretty much exclusively Maya Material X for this type of arch-viz rendering, and let's just rename that to cloth interior. Okay, and I'm going to go with a very boring beige, I think. I mean, you could put a nice red in here, or any colour you wanted, really. Okay, I'm actually going to get it a bit dark. There we go. And what I will do is I will put a gamma correction node on that so we can see what it should look like in the viewport. Let's just graph this material, and what you want is a gamma correction node on this color swatch. So this is simple enough. You just go over to utilities, gamma correct, and then I'll pick my color here, which will show me in the material itself what the color is actually looking like. So a bit darker, I think. Okay. And obviously you need to correct the gamma. Okay. Okay, so that's our basic curtain material. Now I'm going to need a little bit of translucency on there. So once again, let's select our material in the hypershade. And I don't want a reflective curtain, so let's turn the reflectivity off. I do want to use translucency. And I do want to plug a gamma correction into the translucency. You don't have to do this, it just lets you see in the viewport a little more like what you would see in the render view. So let's just go to utilities, gamma utility, and you've noticed that I haven't done this with most of the things. Again, it's just to show you that you can do it should you want to. And that was our dark color, so let's make this a lot brighter for the translucency. And let's just dive back to our camera view and see what our curtain looks like up there. Okay, there is our curtain, and it's not getting the translucency that I would like, so I'm going to go back in and have another look at that material. So the color is fine. I tweaked the translucency color back a bit. I'm going to put it a weight of 1, and for the translucency to work, we do need some transparency, so I'm going to put 0.25 in there and see how that gets us. Okay, that's much more of what I was looking for, sort of a translucent, more light curtain. But it's not quite dark enough now, so I'm going to go darken it up here and also here, and just give this one more try. It should be about where I want it. Okay, that's about where I want it. I'm going to have to play with the material a little bit more, but that's just a question of colour and taste, and you know what sort of translucency look you're going for. The more transparency you have, the more translucent you'll be. And you can obviously now come in and just duplicate this curtain, or you could simply make a new one if you wanted a different look on this bottom window. So I'm going to hit Control D to duplicate this curtain, and I'm going to now drag, oh, wrong way, I'm going to drag it across the whole window. So we have one curtain that fills up the whole window and one slightly open bedroom curtain. Let's just zoom in on this so we can, okay. Okay, I might just want to rotate a bit this way. Okay, and this will be our sort of completely shut curtain. I'm not going to play with these too much. I will give you the opportunity to set them up the way you like. And let's go back to our camera view and just render out that bottom curtain. Okay, there's our bottom curtain in, and you can now go and put curtains at these, change the colour, tweak the translucency, etc. Just get a look that you want. Now, the other thing is we have some quality issues here, so I'm going to show you how to get a better render. If you remember, one of the first things, if you're on an older version of Maya, you're probably going to be on this legacy sampling mode, as they now call it. So change your max samples to 2 and make sure your anti-aliasing contrast is down here. If you're on a newer version of Maya, or 2014, you can put your quality settings up to 1, and that should get you a much better quality render. Also, under your indirect lighting, you should crank your accuracy up to 100. You might not need to go that high, and point density to 1, and this will give you a much better quality render. You'll start to lose all these sort of jagged edges that we have here. The other thing I wanted to show you how to do is to render this out as just the background and then just the house. So when we get this into Photoshop, we can separate the two and start blending this in. So that's quite a simple thing to do. You could split this up into different render layers or different contribution maps. I cover that in a tutorial called The Dark Art of Mental Ray on the site. It's a bit in-depth to go into here. It's a 3-hour tutorial, but just for the sake of us here, the easiest way to get this background play out with the same lighting conditions and everything and this house is to just go and hide all of the house geometry, render the backing plate, and then render the house. And I'm going to do that in a sec. Just if we look at our render, it's a little bright, so I'd like to bring the overall level of brightness back down again. I'd like to do this by tweaking our lens shader. The problem is that every time we tweak this lens shader, we're going to have to come in and re-render. Now I'm going to show you a way to avoid that, and this will work with the simple exposure node and the photographic exposure node. So the first thing I'm going to do is get a render with our new quality settings. Okay, so here's the render with our improved quality settings, and I think you'll agree it's quite a bit better than what we had before, but it's a 4.5 minute render. Now if you just wanted to say, see what this looked like with the gain turned down a little bit, and tweak the knee, the compression, the gamma, and if you're using the photographic exposure node you have even more things you can tweak, then this can become quite a laborious process. I could try a gain of say 0.18, but then I've got another 5-minute render, and if I had any complicated geometry in the scene or any shaders, sort of subsurface scattering materials and whatnot in this scene, my render could be 20-30 minutes, an hour, and then this becomes almost impossible to tweak your tone mapper. So I'm going to show you how we can do this without having to re-render this image every time. Now in order to do this we're going to need a true 32-bit image. So it sounds illogical, but the first thing we're going to do is take the tone mapper off the camera. So I'm just going to break the connection with the simple exposure node, or the photographic one if I was using it, and make sure there's nothing in there. Now this is quite important. If you don't do this, you'll end up with, well, just a mess basically. Then I'm going to go up to my render settings, and I need to make sure I'm rendering out a 32-bit image. So if you go down to the quality tab, under frame buffer, you'll see you're on an 8-bit image, 4 times 8-bit with an alpha channel. What you need to be is a 32-bit image, so 4 times 32-bit with the alpha channel, red, green, blue, alpha. Okay, so now you're going to render out a true 32-bit image. If you just, however, hit render in the viewport and go save, that will save an 8-bit image. So we need to make sure that we actually get a 32-bit image out of Maya. We want all of the extra information that's stored in these pixels. So make sure, as I said, that you've got your frame buffer set to 4 times 32. And then if we go up here and go to the common tab, start on frame 1, end on frame 1, because we only want to render out one frame. Make sure you use an image format that's capable of storing 32 bits, so HDR, EXR. I'm going to use OpenEXR, and I'm just going to make sure everything is as it should be. This is the size image I want for now. You can obviously change your image size whenever you want to. And let me just check I have all the indirect lighting on. So I've got final gather here, I've got my caustics on for my swimming pool, and yep, we're all good. Okay, so now I've set that up, I need to get this image out, and to do that I can just go to render, batch render. And if you pop open the script editor in a sec, you'll see it say starting batch render, and if you leave it a second or two, it will go on to process. Okay, there you go. Percentage of rendering done, 0%. That will just tick up every time it does an extra percentage. So we know this is going to take about 4.5 minutes. So I will see you in about 4.5 minutes. Okay, our render is finished here, and it's obviously given me the location of where it's saved it. Now we've got this 32-bit EXR or HDR, depending on what you rendered out in, and now we can start to tone map this image, tweak the settings without having to re-render it. So if we look under our camera shape node and go to mental ray, we disconnected our lens shader to do the 32-bit render, because we don't want to correct it twice. So if you render with the lens shader on, what you're going to see is a double corrected image. So let's put our lens shader back. Let's open up our hypershade. Go to our utilities tab. And let's find our simple exposure node. So let's, whoops, need to get back to the camera. So let's middle mouse drag our simple exposure over to our lens shader again and pop it open. Now you see this space that says preview. We're going to tick use preview, and we're going to feed that 32-bit image into the preview slot. So let's just click on its icon and bring up the 32-bit image that we just rendered, which for me will be under images. And as you can see, I have a part 15.001.exr. What happens now when I render, in fact, before I do that, there is one more thing I should do. Because we're simply tone mapping this image now, we're not actually rendering it. Even though we're hitting render, it's not going to render, it's just going to apply the new tone map settings, which means that I do not have to have caustics or final gather turned on. So let's do this render, or rather this tone map, and you can see what's happened. In the blink of an eye, 6 seconds, I've got the image that we had before. Now let's say I want to make a change to anything in our tone mapper. I can now pop it open, and I'll say change the gain to 0.2 to back where it was. So if I snapshot this, hit render, you'll now be able to see the difference between a gain of 0.2 and a gain of 0.18. So you can see with the gain at 1.8 it's gone down slightly. Okay, let's do a bigger change. Let's change the gamma to 1.8. This will give us an overall darkening and much more dramatic shot. So once again, let's save that and do another quick render. Okay, and you can see all of these renders are just taking around 6 seconds. So with the gamma at 0.8, we get a sort of darker, much moodier shot, if you like. Now you can start to really tweak the pedestal. So if you were to put the pedestal at -1, you'll see an almost black shadows and the image will go really dark. So we'll grab this again. And obviously if you're using the photographic exposure node, you'll have much more of these things to play with. So there you go, with the pedestal at -1, you can see, as I said, massively dark image, barely see only the brightest light hotspots. So let's put the pedestal back to 0. And doing it this way with the preview with the 32-bit image allows you to really get in there and tweak your tone mapper without having to do a lot of re-rendering. There is actually a better way. Regardless of whether you use the simple exposure node, the photographic exposure node, you're always going to be able to tweak your images much better in post, either in Photoshop or Nuke, After Effects, or whatever your poison is when it comes to processing images. So if I just pop open my copy of Photoshop, and here it is with the 32-bit image. When I open this 32-bit image, you'll see that it's incredibly bright and washed out. Now this is because it didn't have the gamma correction on it when I rendered it out. If you remember, I broke the connection to our simple exposure node, but it is a 32-bit image, which means I can simply go up to where Photoshop, and under image I can start to tweak and tone the image myself, and I can now use the HDR toning. And if I go to see, the level of control you have here is quite similar to if you're working with a raw camera image. So regardless of whether you're using the simple exposure mapper or the photographic exposure mapper, there is better ways to get this done, and one of these is Photoshop, of course. Another one might be Nuke if you were using that. We now have much more control over this image. See, I can make our lights extremely bright. Now we need this image, and we also need this background in separate passes, because if I was to blend these passes together, you can see I've just switched it to equalize histogram here so we can get a better look at this. You can see here that this is much different than this, and what I would like to do is blur this and rub a little bit of it out to blend it into the background. So let's just put this onto local adaptation. So first things first, I'm going to go back to Maya, and I'm just going to render out the background as a separate image. Now the quickest way I can do this is simply hide all of this geometry, all of the lights, everything basically, all except the background sphere. Now there are more intelligent ways to do this. You can actually split all this down into layers, passes, contribution maps and whatnot, but for our purposes in this tutorial, just doing this will be fine. I can now render this out. What I'll need to do, of course, is take us off preview. So go to the camera, perspective shape, open up the simple one here, break the connection to this and untick use preview. Okay, and this will just render out the background. Okay, so that's actually just a raw background plate. That's the backing plate that we are currently using. Now I've got the gamma set at 1.8, which I'm going to leave it on because I kind of like this more dark look. And what I'm going to do now is unhide all that geometry. So I'm just going to select it all and push Shift H to unhide it. And these walls have come back, which we don't want, so Control H to hide them. Now when I render this shot, it will give me this background. Let's just save that and let's render a complete shot with the background in it. But it would be better at this time to just have the house with no background. So if you'll previously remember, if we go to our physical sky and just tick use background, the background will be black. We just need to hide this sphere So when I render this now, I will not get the physical sun and sky because I have use background ticked. Under the physical sky. So let's save this and render this. And obviously if you're comfortable working with 32-bit images, you can always break the tone mapper, batch render out your file, your image, so you get that 32-bit image, load it into Photoshop and start working with it in Photoshop, because having the 32-bit image will give you a massive degree of control over what can be done with it. Much more so than with an 8-bit image. It won't artifact so much if you sort of put the contrast right up, brightness right up. Having that extra information will make it a lot easier for you to, you know, really get the look that you're after. So I can now sort of really play with this, you know, and I've got a degree of control here that I would not have in Maya, you know. And if I have the background as a separate pass, obviously I can start to map the background to the house a bit more. Now for me, this house looks a little bit too orange for the surrounding sky, so I mean, in Photoshop you can obviously apply a photo filter, a cooling filter, and get this more red, more blue, sorry. So you've got that degree of control with the 32-bit image. You can do the same thing with an 8-bit image if you're not comfortable with the 32-bit image, and I'll show you how now. I'll flick back up to Maya here, and I'll just pause while that finishes rendering. And actually I can see here that while we untick the preview from the photographic exposure node, we did forget to arm the cowsticks and the final gather. So once again, I'll just re-render and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so here's the render of just our house, and if we check out its alpha channel, you can see we've got now a separate render of the house and a separate render of the background, so we can get these into Photoshop. So let's just save these images, and these will simply be 8-bit images. I'm going to save them as TIFFs, but they will be 8-bit images because I'm saving them out of the viewport. If you want the 32-bit image, I suggest you use the batch render trick that we used earlier. So let's just save this as house, and then we'll go here and save this one as backing plate. Okay, now I'm going to put these together in Photoshop. Okay, so let's just open this up. And let's just go for TIFF images, which would be here, house and backing plate. Okay, and then I'm just going to move the house over the backing plate here, and it seems to be having it's just a little slow. There we go. So we got the house moved over the backing plate, but as you can see, I'm going to need to isolate this alpha channel. Okay, let me just have a look at this. Aha, I didn't copy the alpha channel over. So what I'm going to do is just control select the alpha channel, select inverse, and delete it. Well, I'm not going to delete the alpha channel, of course. I'm just going to hit delete and get rid of everything that was there. So let's now copy this one over. Okay. And finally, there we go. So we can now match this back up to our backing plate. And now we've got the ability to independently correct the backing plate from the foreground here. So as I said before, this foreground needs to be a little bluer for me, and right now if I were to use a photo filter, let's say, to make it a little bluer, I would not be affecting that background. So you can see if I whack the density right up, you'll be able to see I'm just affecting this foreground. So I can now start to tweak the foreground independently of the background. And to blur the two together, you can just use paint tools within Photoshop. So you could grab, for instance, an eraser and a nice soft brush, put the opacity down quite a bit, and then just go in here, and you're just going to have to do a bit of painting. So let's make sure we're on our eraser, and we can just start to blur these two together, coming slowly forwards, and I think you get the general idea. And then I can start to increase the opacity. Sorry. As we go further out, let's just get rid of this line altogether. And then I can really start blurring the line between where our render finished and where the background was. So I can come up here and sort of blur this all out by rubbing bits of it out. And if I zoom out now, you should start to see that, I missed a bit up there, okay. But you should start to see that we can, with this independent background and foreground, we can start to do a lot of the post work that needs doing. Because you are very rarely going to get a perfect image out of Maya. You know, you are going to have to do some tweaking after the fact. You know, I would probably throw a depth of field onto this in Maya itself and a few other tweaks. Okay, so there we have it. You're going to need to do a little bit of Photoshop work on it. I don't really want to keep you here in Photoshop for too long. But that's the basics of rendering exteriors in Mental Ray. So I'm going to go ahead and tidy this up a little bit, and I hope you found this interesting. Please check out Volume 2, it will be out shortly when we'll be covering more realistic trees, grass and more advanced rendering techniques. Thanks for watching.